Channel's this night's game? Oh, fucking West Brom Sheffield United.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. I looked at it earlier. I haven't even set up the second laptop because I was just like, if I thought the Man U game was fucking awful the other week, this is going to be even worse.
Oh, I'm not even going to bother.
No, I just.
Oh, that is horrendous. That's like sorry. Oh, that's so poor. Well, it's actually on my screen right now, so it might as well stay on, but it's on mute anyway.
Yeah, it's like if I could have been bothered, I would have like found a way to get the PSG game because that might at least have some kind of quality to it. But yeah,
that's what I'll do. Actually, I will put that game on. Actually,
you know where that's playing. Right, so I've got the link. I need to go on.
Okay, let's see. BT Sport.
Oh, is it on BT Sport?
Is it? Usually Sky.
I don't know.
Yeah. The PSG games BT Sport.
Cool. Right. Where else do we want to go for this? Probably somewhere on the old Book of Face, if I can be bothered to find out where it is.
Not even check these lineups actually for this game.
Evening. You're right, Glenn. Someone do me a favour and go and post this in the Discord group and the Facebook and God knows where else.
What do you want? What do you want to post? Just a link to your tweet?
Yeah, just the link to the tweet or the link to the YouTube thing. To be honest, just put the YouTube thing out there and then.
I'm not on the YouTube actually. Hold on 2 seconds. I'll go through.
Hi lads, you all right? Good evening.
Hey pal, how's it going?
Not too bad. Hopefully more positive one than last time. So hopefully it's like Samaritans the last time. The stuff coming up in the live chat. So brilliant. Hopefully you both had a positive week. I hope.
Yeah, like until the last 6 hours. Well, I've had a great week, but I've come down.
Strange. Exactly the same.
Nothing to do with Football Index though. I've just come down.
Sorry.
No, I've just come down with something. I just feel horrendous. I really feel.
He's still committed to joining us. What a
soldier. Yeah. I'm not going to let you boys down.
True loyalty. Stuart, did you say you want us to put? I can post something on Twitter. I know Frog's on Twitter as well. I can put it on Twitter if you want.
If anyone's in the Facebook thing, if they could stick it there, and Discord as well. If you're on Discord,
where in the Discord do you want it?
There's just tag at everyone and throw it in on the Noir X4 thing, or anywhere else
on your page. Yeah,
you're right, Greg.
Yes. How's your week been, Stuart? Good as well? Yeah. Positive? Yeah.
Yeah, if we're looking at Footy Index, definitely. Bit of a long one otherwise. But yeah, just looking at the scores today, like where things. So I think that's Mahrez nailed on for forward today. Skiri 228 for mid. There's a chance somebody might pip him to that, but he's probably going to get that. Stones at 202. I was gutted when the Leipzig letting that goal because I've got Angelino, so
he's like one of my main holes too.
Yeah, that was guaranteed dibs with the game-winning goal and a clean sheet coming to him, but they just couldn't keep the bloody clean sheet against some like League Two German team that's somehow made its way into the Bundesliga.
Yeah, sorry, carry on.
I've never even heard of Arminia Bielefeld or whatever.
I don't think in Germany has either. Jesus. That's a great hold, lads. Is he one of your biggest ones, Frog? I keep missing out on because I keep thinking he's too expensive for me when I keep looking at. But he will win 2 or 3 PB a season, I think. Yeah. Angelino.
Especially in that team.
But looking at him now, he's £1.61. How much is Marquinhos? Because he's like a good defender to benchmark him against.
Marquinhos is like 120, 130 right now.
130 odd. Yeah. No, in fact, there's no sell option on Marquinhos at the moment. He has been off the boil, to be fair, but
that's not going to last forever. That's actually an interesting show. Actually, I do have Marquinhos. Oh, he's just got a price there. Funny that,
I promise, not me. No, but that
wasn't me. It wasn't me
either. Someone's listening to us. Shush, quick. Buy loads of my Illich. No, actually, I think that's a great shout as well, Frog. Obviously, Stuart, you lead the platform today and the agenda, but I think that's the thing. People being patient, and when someone's out of form, if you believe in the player, that's when you get value. To be honest.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, 100%. I've actually smashed it this week. To be honest, it's actually been ridiculous.
Well done,
Like
brilliant.
like the blinking. Who have I had this week? I've had blinking Yazitzi, Robbo, Dest. Then obviously remember I commented to your one yesterday about like my second biggest hold is Benjamin Bourgeois.
Oh, Beauregard, yeah.
Yeah. So like I just think that I'm kind of like a massive Ren fan anyway. I just love the project with him, and like it's and he's always been a really top quality creative player, but like his PB game he wasn't hitting peaks, but this year he's just like, but that yesterday that was like 210 taking a star man with just a base score, like fuck yeah.
Yeah, no, he's one that's been on my watch list for like a couple of seasons, and it's sort of like I kept wanting him to just tip over that edge where I could justify buying him, because he never got those peak scores. But this season he does look like he's got a lot. Well, it looks like Rennes a much better team this season, and it looks like he's going to get a bit more opportunity there to hit those things. So he might be a good shout actually.
Well, then if you look 2 seasons ago, he hit 10 league goals. So like 2-3 seasons ago, he hit double figures in the league. So like if you can replicate that, then with that base, then yeah, it's fucking easy money.
Yeah.
And that's the thing as well, lads. It is easy money on some players. Like I bought Kimmich on the massive dip for £4.17, and I always like to flip if I get like 20-30% return. I find it very hard not to flip sometimes, but he is so good. You're looking at 7% on a gold day, on a gold win at that price. That is, it's like you said, it's printed money. It really is. Where are you going to get that? Because I know you do the stocks as well, Stuart. I don't know if you do, Frog, but
not
7%
really. No,
you could,
not me. No.
Yeah, but you could wait a year for that 7% on something like Black
I know
Sauce.
that. Yeah.
Madness.
Although that being said, my BA shares did go up 28% last week.
Nice. COVID vaccine shares.
Yeah, basically the vaccine did do a very nice thing for that. So that's an interesting thing. So one of the things I've noticed lately on my trading is I am very midfielder heavy. It just seems that midfielders are so much easier to pick out who's going to win. Whereas like I look at all the forwards, and the other thing is like I look at the forwards and go, oh God, well, there's Salah, there's Mane, there's Jota that could all do something. But I'm a Liverpool fan and I hate owning Liverpool players because it just feels like all your eggs in one basket. At the moment, I've plumbed for Jota because he just can't seem to miss. But Salah did make me a lot of money a few years back when he first hit the scene running. But yeah, any forwards or defenders you want to plug me?
Oh, I picked up Benjamin Mendy for 40p, and his IPD alone is 10% today.
Wow.
So like I was just looking, I was watching him play midweek, and it was like 40p, and I was just like, this fucking left back for Man City, and he's 40p. Like this is some random dude from Osasuna. I've generally avoid likes of Benjamin Mendy just because I kind of try to avoid the glass men, like the Mendys, the Kingsley Comans, these guys. But for 40p, like you could have won fucking divs today potentially.
Yeah. It's money for nothing. Sometimes you see a price and you can't resist it, can you?
Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah. I mean, I've got quite a few Zuma because I was talking to a Chelsea mate earlier in the season, like, how many goals should this guy get? And he goes, well, he should be getting a few more than he does get because he is quite an aerial presence. So, have a look at him. He should get 4 or 5 goals a season. And I'm looking at some of his PB score. I think, well, he just needs a clean sheet and a goal and winning goal. It's like 50p. So, if he wins on a goal day, that's 15. Sorry, what was it, 12p a share these days? I can't even remember what it is for.
I think it's nearly 14. It's so hard to keep up with it as well, which is another thing. You're right, but you're right though, Stuart. The one that I really like, guys, is I can actually pronounce for once, a French player makes a change. Is Lala at Strasbourg. I think he's very overlooked because he's on penalties. And he got a goal and assist the last week, and he's at like 40p. It's just exactly what you said, Frog. Like, he got that goal, that was nearly 10% back, and you can just recycle. And that's the other thing I want to mention, but you can recycle a lot easier now because the market is so liquid. Sorry to use that word, I didn't think we'd have to tonight. And another player I really rate, and it's a bit of a hipster choice, is Robert Skov at Hoffenheim.
Oh, I love Skov, yeah.
I cannot understand his price with the baseline he has, and it's weird. He's playing as a defender wing back, but then he's down as a forward. He's been in and out because of COVID, and a lot of people think that he's not playing because the manager doesn't want to pick him. But it's actually, when you read articles, a fitness thing, like Dybala at Juve, and he just has got such an amazing baseline. He's something like £1.31. I already won PB. Sometimes you look at a player, and I keep saying, why am I continuing to buy? Why is no one else buying them? And I keep doubting myself. But when you get that baseline on a forward, it's so hard to resist.
Yeah.
Oh yes, yeah. Skov was one of my big holes for ages. Like he's one of my, like he's a Frogs find. Like Rafinha as well today. Like Rafinha got his first goal in the Premier League. That was cool. But yeah, I like Skov a lot. Like Skov's a good shit. He's obviously inconsistent. Like his team is inconsistent, so that's part of the problem. But he's definitely got the potential to hit big scores without a doubt. So you're saying about Zuma, I actually picked up Zuma the other day, and that was painful because I've hated Zuma forever. like I just, but I must admit, with the way Chelsea are playing in his base and stuff like that, and Big Zuma will score goals, so I couldn't resist at that price the other day as well.
It's an interesting one. Defenders is funny, guys, isn't it? It's hard to pick a good defender that you can regularly score you good dividends, and you know you're going to get 6 a season. I couldn't pick one right now.
I think the prices are
so probably now that he's a defender.
Oh yes, sorry, yeah, Corrado Gate. Yes, you're right.
I think the prices are so low though. You don't need multiple wins. You know what I mean? That's the thing. It's like, and also I think certain teams with like the possession game, because obviously when I've over the past couple of years, when I've gone with defenders, I've generally been more like for wing backs, obviously with the higher attacking returns and things like that. But I have noticed like this year, there's a lot of teams like at Dortmund as well. Like I'm quite big in Akanji. And I just that base, and you're passing like 80, 90 passes a game or whatever, sometimes over 100, and that's just crazy base. And then you just need that goal on top, and you've got a monster scorer. Sometimes you don't even need the goal, but yeah, obviously when the goals do come, then the big scores are possible.
Yeah, so just a quick question from Jag in the chat. So any preference on holding premium players versus lower price players? I'll just take this one to start with. So for me, if I'm holding anyone over £4, they've got to have media potential, personally, because I think there's just so much value in the sort of the lower mid part of the market on players like the ones we talked about in the sub £1 market. If I'm going to be paying more than £4 a share, it's got to be someone like Bruno, who's got very good, robust media presence. The likes of Mbappe and Sancho just aren't for me, but I know that a lot of people have got very high hopes for them and good money off of them. So that's how I look at it. As I'm very much in the sub £4 market with the odd few things in like Messi and Fernandes, because I know that I can count on their media divs.
Yeah, I think I know what Addict's going to say as well. So.
It might be a bit of an echo, yeah, but go on.
So it's I think we're all going to be pretty similar. Like up until the share split, I kind of like dealt in like premiums, and then since I hardly touched them, to be honest. Like it's not that I don't see. I guess it's like I think I can stretch my money further, and and tack more players by. And I also back myself to pick cheaper players before everyone else. Well, not everyone else, but before the masses, let's say. So and it's done me well. Like like the research I put in, it's very PB orientated, PB focused, and like picking up guys before everyone else. And I haven't really changed that. And especially with these prices, I don't see myself like the only premium player that I actually hold right now is João Felix, and it's just because I think he's on the cusp of something, a big breakout. Like if Atletico Madrid keep like looking like a more attacking force, then he's going to be front and center, and I think he could fly at some point. But and I'm a huge fan. But yeah, no, I'm generally, I wouldn't. I do buy sub-pound players, and obviously a lot of players right now are sub-pound. But if you think pre-crash, then that kind of like £1 to £3 range was generally where I kind of inhabit that range. I think the returns are percentage returns, div returns rises. It just. I think my money can go further there, and I back myself to pick players, that I think are underpriced.
Just to say, I think Felix is a great shout. Actually, I was looking at his price, and I don't buy into the whole youth thing. I know he's not a youth player; he's got such amazing potential, and he's got PB to back it up. The more I look at him and analyze him, he's still a great price. I think, lads, the only ones I hold is Kimmich, because I just kind of feel like I have to have some kind of a core of like a couple. So it's Kimmich and De Bruyne, and then I'm the same as you guys, exactly the same. The problem for me is the opportunity cost as well of holding those players. You know, one Kimmich you could buy 4 Scov, to be honest with you, if you're getting a decent price. Also, lads, as well, I think it's easier to pick up more of a bargain at the lower end as well. I don't know about what you see, but I always think, God, I can flip, like, again, trying to pronounce people, so you'll have to translate. Gorase at Rennes, I can never pronounce him, but basically yesterday I bought him for like 46p because he had one bad match, a slight injury, and then managed to sell him today for 56p. Now I have to be careful with the 4% factored in, but what I love about that is it's very hard to do that with a Kimmich. It's very hard to do it with a De Bruyne, and I just don't think it's really worth to do. And that's another part of the lower end of the market that I enjoy. I'm not saying it's for everybody, because I love chasing PB. I love the dividends coming in, and it's more fun. It's a bit like you said, Frog. It's finding something before everybody else. Being one step ahead of everybody. And when you get a player that like goes up 40%. Because you spotted him early, like there's no better satisfaction than holding on to Kimmich, which is brilliant. I'm looking forward to getting all those dividends in, but it's not the same buzz.
No, and I think there is that sense of smugness and self gratitude when you're like, I've got Kimmich because everyone's got Kimmich, but that wasn't me being clever, was it? But this guy, wait till he kicks in, and then it's like me with Teji. I still would never shut up about Teji because I found him like 3 years ago, just looking at the data, looking at people that were just being pipped to the post. Like I love looking at the top 3s and the top 5s on that free data site they've got now, because I used to capture that data, because for me that's a really good way of looking at people that are there or thereabouts, and like looking to go, right, they're top 3, top 5. Was it because they bagged a hat trick and they're never going to do that again, or was it because they had that one goal that was a game-winning goal and that pushed them to nearly high enough? And then look if they can get those peaks. That's where you go, right, this guy's got some real potential. He's just a few points off, a couple more crosses, an extra goal, and he's there or thereabouts. So that's where the real satisfaction comes from, isn't it? It's digging through that data. And that's the thing. I think we're all data nerds, or a lot of us are, on this thing of like, we love digging through it to find that little diamond that nobody else has quite found yet.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of like, it was the whole basis of, like, my whole, like, when I was writing up players and stuff, the Frogs Find thing, it was all about just identifying players that had really had good PB potential, and and it served me well. And I don't see I think in terms of what area of the market PSG are 1-0 down at Bordeaux. Josh Maja. I think there's logic, and there's value in all over the market, and it comes down to a lot of factors. It comes down to I do think the port size is a thing there. If you don't have to, if you have a big port, you don't have to just like stack up with premiums and sit and wait for the divs coming in. But you do tend to find that your bigger ports will get either have been in a long time and have copious amounts of the bigger players, or they have a base of that, and then they kind of play around with the rest with other part of their port. But you'll find maybe some of the smaller ports that look, well, if I can only have 13 Bruno, or if I can only have 53 Bruno, some people might prefer to do the cheaper players. I think there's value all over, and it also comes down to how risk averse you are as well. So for me, I'm not risk averse at all, because I back myself. I back myself to pick players and pick right. I'm not going to get everyone right, but I don't need to get everyone right. I get more right than I get wrong, and that's all that matters. And and it makes me money. So yeah, some people would rather just pick your more premium players, because obviously in theory, I know obviously of late with what we've been through, you wouldn't say they're safer, but generally, obviously your premium players are safer. They're most of I'm not saying all of them are, are justified to be the prices they are. Of course they're not, but that comes down to each of our opinions, and we all have different reasoning for every player. So yeah, I think there's a lot of factors that comes down to what type of players you buy for your portfolio. But for me, what I've done for the past couple of years has served me well, and I don't see myself changing at the moment.
I think that's important, isn't it, though, guys? Having your strategy and kind of sticking to it. Obviously, the market has taught us we'll have to adapt, obviously, with order books, but the fundamentals stay the same. Like a good example would be Kroos. Everybody was selling them off, and I bought them at that big, massive dip because it's something you said, Stuart, about near misses. You know he's going to win. I just know he's going to win because his baseline is too big. He just needs a goal. Now, he didn't need a goal, but, you look at the fixtures, the way it runs for Real Madrid, you do a bit of analysis in advance, especially the same stuff that Frog's saying as well. It's that research paying off, but he's going to return you a PB. And then, like clockwork, FOMO, everyone will jump on and he's already up 20%.
Speaking of Kroos, have you ever seen that trolling video of the guy with the bet? It's one of the best videos I've ever seen about football. There's this guy, it's got like his betting slip in the corner, and his betting slip says Kroos to score from outside the area, and the free kick is like quarter of a foot outside the area in like one of the Real Madrid games. And literally the guy standing next to him rolls the ball just inside the area, and then Kroos puts it in the top corner. It's just the guy just losing it. It's hilarious.
I've never seen the story
of my betting life.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm checking that out tonight.
It was like that one earlier. Those Sky Bet offers that they like the silly ones where they enhance something. Like today's one was Salah for a shot on target. I think it was from like 1 to 6 or to even money or so. I've never actually had it on, but I was in Slack earlier. And there was a few guys saying, "Oh, these things hardly ever win." And like, I don't do them all the time, but I seem to think maybe I'm lying to myself, but I'm pretty sure most of the time that I have done them, they've won. So I was saying to them today, Salah shot on target, no problem at all, and he didn't have a shot on target.
Well, he did. It was just offside. That was the problem.
Yeah, true.
Do you know, that was something I was watching because I was tracking Bet365 through the Liverpool game because I like to bet on my team and that. And there was a point where that Salah goal went in, where Brighton went to 50-1. And I was just wondering, like, if you could, like, maybe with this season, get some of those bets on when those sort of things happen. Anytime a goal goes in, just back the team if they go that high. Because there's almost like a 30% chance nowadays that goals can get written off to offside. And then you can probably easily cash that back in because, Liverpool went to 1-9, the Brighton went to 50-1. As soon as it went back, Liverpool went back to sort of like more like 1-2. So you could probably just back everything off at that point and still come out on top. So I don't know if the bookies would sort of nullify the bet if you took it out in that brief window. But it was interesting that window existed because I was expecting them to just have it sort of like kill the game until any check is done.
I remember the best example I ever have of that is, just regarding what you're saying, I think in terms of the exchanges, I totally think there's opportunity there with VAR. People who use Betfair well and are on the ball, then absolutely. I'm sure there's definitely opportunities. In terms of bookies, like a lot of bookies will just suspend stuff and keep it suspended. But when VAR was introduced, it was actually in Australia, and like I had a couple of bets on where I had like both teams to score, and if a goal goes in with most bookies, then everything will get suspended, and then it'll just get settled. But with Bet365, what they would do is if the bet looked like it had won, they'd offer you the cash out for the full returns. So there was a few times where a goal went in and the cash out was there, and I clicked the cash out for the full amount returned. And then the goal was over. The goal was actually overturned by VAR, but I'd already cashed out, so they couldn't take my money back.
There's a few times that Bet365 cash out where I've seen it as well, where if you time it right, you get an extra penny on the bet because for some reason it goes to like over 100% likelihood, and it overpays the bet by a penny if you cash it out at the right time. I know it's only a penny, but I like grabbing them because I've got about 10 pence worth out of that.
It's bookies. Honestly, I'd take Anthony, even take a free pen, to be very honest.
Oh yeah,
Well,
absolutely.
you know, that 10p, that's 1/5 of a Zuma, that is.
You know it's going to be £4 by the time we finish this as well. I was planning on buying some.
Just
Be
a
on the
quick question.
trend list. You know, back in the day, that trend list would be some fella from Belgium who's gone from Iran, and supposedly he might play in the World Cup in 2052, and somebody just hyped him. And it'd be so bad. You see some new joiners going, "Oh, should I jump on this one?" There's something on Slack that he's played for Iran. I was like, "Yeah, go for it. Definitely, there's PB in the bag." But it's crazy. Do you remember that, guys? I remember
that trending list was evil.
Yeah.
Like if you were unsuspecting, if you weren't clued up, then like I'm sure there's a lot of people that got stung by the absolute junk that was on. Pretty much most of the time it was just junk. It was
people pumping it, wasn't it? It was pumps and dumps massively. Anytime you saw anyone sub 30p in those days, it was definitely someone market manipulating to get some interest and then dump it all. Just a quick one from the chat. Gregor Lachlan, sorry, Greg, it's been a while. Any opinions on price comparison for Quadrado and Alexandro at Juve now that Quadrado is a defender?
What price?
Sorry, go ahead, Rob.
No, I'm not going to talk. I was just going to say what price is Sandro now. You can talk, mate.
I think he was 66p. The reason why I was going to say is because I actually tweeted earlier that I'm a massive fan. I did an IPD video, and I really love Sandro. I just think he's a fantastic player. Won PB last season in Europe when they had Lyon with that revised match. And I even just said in the video as well, massive fan of his, but I think it's going to ruin him with Corrado as well. Sorry, guys.
He's 70p on the buy now, but his sell is 47p at the moment. So you could probably pick him up in the 50 to 55p at the moment if you wanted to. He had a few good ones last season, but it just doesn't seem to, like the back end of last season, start of this one, it just doesn't seem to be there. So it's kind of, do we think that is a blip and he's going to come good, or is it something? I mean, personally, I think I'd like to see him drop a little bit more before I backed him at the moment, and particularly with Quadrado on fire. But it's definitely one to possibly put on your watch list and keep an eye on. And certainly if he drops like another 10p, it's worth looking at his performances and working out where he's going to be.
All I'd say is, like, I haven't actually watched that much Juve this year. So I haven't really seen, obviously seen the goals out with the Champions League and stuff, but I've not like sat with the Juve game on or anything. So I'm not really up to speed in terms of how their play is building. Like, is the play just predominantly down Quadrado's side, and that's why. And also Quadrado, I'd always feel that Quadrado would have more of a attacking threat than Sandro.
Yeah,
I think there's more chance of goals from Quadrado than Sandro. But at the end of the day, they're still playing essentially the same role on the opposite side of the pitch. So there should be opportunities. Like I was talking to my mate earlier about Chiesa, and when Chiesa was at Fiorentina, I wasn't a fan. Fiorentina were annoying to watch as well, and they're from a PB game, they were terrible. But I do see a lot of potential there, if he's playing wide. So obviously he's listed as a striker, so it's a strange one, and obviously now Quadrado's gone to a defender, so obviously there's an advantage there with clean sheets and stuff. But yeah, if you're going to play the same position, there should be opportunities for Sandro. But I'd see Quadrado as more of an attacking threat right now.
He didn't play today, guys, either, did he? Actually, Sandro. To be fair, I'm a holder.
No, I was no. Who was it? I looked at that team. They had
some young fella. I've seen him a few times, and like you, Frog, I've not watched the whole match. I've seen clips. I haven't been massively impressed with the Pirlo team, but what I keep reading is the players are really buying into what he wants to do. It's just not really clicked yet. They've not been massively impressive, the bits I've seen.
I just thought I should probably share my screen and share my portfolio before everyone thinks that I'm only plugging people that I own, and demonstrate that I don't own half of these players, because I don't actually own Quadrado yet. He is on my to buy list.
I don't have Quadrado either.
Yeah, so Yaziki, right? I love Yaziki, but I'm really nervous about him because I got really excited about him. We were looking at all his PB scores, and he's bagged 3 hat tricks already this season. So I went all gung ho on him. I got up to 1,000 shares, and then I got a little bit nervous because I actually looked a bit more detail, and I was like, "Oh, he's one of these guys where he either bags a hat trick or he's ring hooked off at 65 minutes." So I just slightly de-escalated my risk on him.
I think that's okay though. Like it's like Riyad Mahrez today. You know, like Riyad, I picked up Riyad Mahrez for like less than £1 the other day. And it's like I didn't get many, so like I'm not gonna like say that I'm gonna retire to the Caribbean anytime soon because of it. But like, you know, the fact that you get him from £1 and then he's like doubled in price and he's going to take star man today. But the thing is with Mahrez, like, you know, people who talk Mahrez down before, but these kind of players, like, you know, even if they played like two games in 3, or if they played 1 full game in 3, you know, that 1 full game, you know, like Mahrez today, you know, you hit that 300, you know, that's all that matters. Like, you know, it's obviously you want your players to play as much as possible, but especially in like a COVID affected season, you know, players are playing, you know, are going to be subbed more and stuff. So yeah, I wouldn't worry too much about game time. I like, you know, I'm kind of the other way. Like I have Yaziki as well, but the funny thing is like, you know, I had huge hopes for Renato Sanchez this year. Yeah. And then Yazizi's kind of come. He's like, I'm doing an addict here. I can't say his name, but yeah. But even there, with like Renato, I still back him. But the thing is, you know, obviously, looks like, you know, this Turkish lad's. I'm just going to call him the Turkish lad now.
That's my opt-out whenever I get stuck, and then I get the wrong nationality. So.
Yeah, this Turkish lad's obviously he's much more explosive, you know, from a scoring point of view. But you know, you can have multiple PB threats on the same team. You know, it's just, you know, obviously the better the team, you know, that makes the big, you know, the more wins teams are going to get, then you know, there's more chances for more players. So you know, Lille look good. You know, I'm very impressed how they've started this season. You know, they look like they've improved a lot since last year. So yeah, it's definitely exciting times for them.
So another one from the chat, Footy Woodster. When they sack Parker at Fulham and the replacement starts playing expansive attacking football, how does Loftus-Cheek look at 50p? Could he suddenly pick up, and will he get a move at the end of the season?
Interesting. You're on about media. You could just see him getting media. I think it goes back to what you said about Sandro. Look, I'm saying if he does well, he's one of those ones where if he does well, he rediscovers his form, and potentially in the media, like they'll talk about anything. But it's a bit like you lads said about Sandro. He'd have to drop a bit more to make him just risk-free. I think he's such a risky hold to be, and there's so much better value around the same 50p. And I'm not going back to your portfolio, and it's not a push, but Ocampos, who I can pronounce, I cannot believe his price. And just if we benchmark, did you guys say he was 50p at the moment, Loftus-Cheek, is it?
Oh, well, that's what someone in the chat said. Yeah.
Well, okay, fair enough. 50p is great value. He's cheap in looking at the overall market. But for 30p more, I think you can nearly pick up Ocampos, who would link to United with 69 PD. Real Madrid want him, and he's in a Sevilla team. You know, a lot of it is about benchmarking, I think, anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. But the thing is, I was wondering for a second, like where you were going with Ocampos, but it's actually a really good point, because it's more the point is the fact that Campos plays for a Sevilla team that are in Europe, that are one of the top 6 teams in Spain. So they're going to win a lot more games than they're going to draw or lose. So, you know, there's going to be more opportunities there. The problem for like Loftus-Cheek, like first of all, Loftus-Cheek falls into the Kingsley Coman and Benjamin Mendy Glassman. You know, like I don't trust Loftus-Cheek to be fit for long enough, to be honest. But like I hope he is, because he's a fantastic footballer. He really is. But you know, like what's he going to do at Fulham? Like, what are you really like? You know, play more expansive. Well, I'm sorry, but I just don't see Fulham as having the personnel to play more expansive in the Premier League. I just, you know, defensively they're shocking. I know they brought in, you know, some better defenders than what they had to start the season. You know, the Andersons and guys like that. But yeah, I just how you will have some games, you know, like there are players from weaker teams that win PB. That happens all the time, but because by definition, being in a weaker team, you're going to have less opportunities.
It's one of those things. Is like take a Liverpool example, because I'm a massive Liverpool fan, so that's where most of my knowledge comes from. But I was gutted when Brewster got transferred out start of this season with the buyback clause, because do you remember who he went to? I can't remember off the top of my head. Sheffield United, wasn't it?
Yes.
Who are you talking about? Ryan Brewster.
Brewster this season, yeah.
Yeah. So I see him in a very similar problem to this Ruben Loftus-Cheek issue, in the sense that he's now playing a team that isn't going to suit his style of play. So instead of being like this new future England talent, this wonderful player, I think both of them are going to suffer with basically becoming a bit of dead wood and slowly rotting in these teams, because they're just not going to have the team playing to their strengths. And that then makes it harder for them to get a move, because you look at it and go, right, well, they're in the bottom three of the Premier League team. They're not exactly lighting the world on fire. They're not doing anything amazing in those teams. So how do they get out of those teams? It's not like when those teams are in the Championship and there's this one guy who's lighting the world, lighting the Championship, carrying that team through to promotion. And then those sort of players in those teams, you go, yeah, they're going to get snapped up and get transferred out. But for me, it's just both of those players. I think this season it's going to be really hard for them to demonstrate how good they actually are. And I just worry that the world's going to pass them by, because they're now not going to be building on their strengths effectively.
Yeah, it's just opportunity, isn't it? It's like Neymar scored, by the way. I think the guys were saying it in the chat. Is Neymar going to start the hunt down on Mahrez? Surely not.
It's 2-1 now, Frog.
What? Who scored the? See, I'm actually in my room. So I'm on my Xbox playing through the BT app. So I'm probably like 15, 20 seconds behind. So
see, it's curse of the commentator, this, isn't it? Because I said at the start that Mahrez was going to be nailed on for the PB today. So,
well, it's obviously anything can happen. But when you've got a player posting a 3:45, like you can't get much more safer than that. But then when it's Neymar, it's hunting you down. Then whoo.
You never know, especially going down early. They're really going to try and push the boat out as well. But also as well, it'd be interesting to see, guys, if it is Neymar. Do you remember when Bruno got those dividends late, or when Opta changed, whatever happened, I think one of the Sundays, and there was a massive spike afterwards. It was like an injection of cash into the index. It'd be interesting if we have a lot of high premium players that win dividends today and tomorrow, whether it'll have much of an impact on the overall market. I thought that was quite interesting. Personally, I think it was to do with the rebates coming in as well, because that was quite significant. But the market at the moment, it doesn't take a lot. Look at Mahrez as well. It's a great one you're saying as well, Frog. Fantastic score. Isn't it lovely to see some player actually jumping that high? Because actually there's that appetite for people to jump on a player and to spend money.
I think so. I think people will spend, and people will still buy. And like we know, despite all the crap we've been through over the past weeks, we've always said that the divs are great. So like the value is there, and especially at rock bottom prices that we've had. So I do think it's just people needed to believe again. That's it. And like what happened, I don't think much of us seen the bounce back that coming. I don't think fair play to anyone that like hammered it and like went massive in the expectation that it was coming. I thought it would take a lot longer for prices to start rising the way they have. And, it's great. It really is. Obviously, it would have been nice the other day to have like, when all the big guns were hunting down PB, it's like Sancho and stuff like that. Like, I actually, for even though I don't hold, a lot of these premium players, like, I want the premium players to do well. So the premium players do well. That increases confidence and that increases happiness. And when people are confident and happy, they spend money, and that means everybody wins. So I'd take a Neymar win tonight. Obviously Mahrez, but if it helps everyone, if it helps the community believe a bit more, then I'm all for it.
Well, I've cursed him because it's Moses Keane. So you're safe, Stuart. So that's game-winning goal gone, unless Bordeaux make a bit of a comeback. I say it'll be hard for him now, lads, without a game-winning goal to chase down 347. Famous last words, but fair play to Neymar. If his baseline's 220, then he should be king of the index.
Yeah, so like just we're going to have to get into some actual ropey conversation for a minute, because somebody's asked it in the chat, and it was something that got asked on Twitter beforehand as well. Issuance curves, the one black mark still lingering over Football Index's score sheet at the moment. what do you guys think on this? Do you have any view on it? I know, Frog,
Well,
you're probably going to say this is a refer to Noir.
It is a refer to Noir, but I'm also going to correct whoever made that comment where they said that it's the one dark mark or black stain. It's not. It's one of two, and obviously the other one's surfaced with Corrado. You know, the position thing, that is like absolutely freaking huge to me, and I've moaned about it for 2 years. I have ranted and raved, like, and you know, it obviously come to surface again, and it's like, you know, I just don't get it. Like, I just don't get why FI either can't control it or at least create a system that like is standardized, that is, you know, their changes take place between this period and that period. And, you know, I don't want to wake up and have my morning coffee and find out my defender's changed to midfielder. Like that, we shouldn't be doing that. Like, you know, I know it went better for Corrado, you know, to go to a defender, but it's a nonsense. It's absolute nonsense, and it needs to be sorted. It's just it's so amateurish, and it's just like, you know, how are you going to, you talk about attracting high net worth individuals and stuff like that? Like really, like you bets can change overnight just because somebody at Opta flicks a switch, like, or presses a button. Like, shut up. It's so, yeah. There's my little positional rant, but yeah, when it comes to issuance curve, I can't even say it today. Jesus.
It's my fault, lads. It's the curse.
I know it's contagious. When it comes to those things, yes, I refer to Noir.
What about you, Tipster? Anything from you?
I always try to look at that glass or bottle half full. There we go. Trying to keep it smooth. The one thing I would say is what Frog said, first of all, on the position, 100% correct. And I'll always be transparent, because a friend of mine actually told me I don't have, I think it was an index game, I actually got on very quickly, which isn't fair. So just because I knew somebody that spotted something, suddenly I could profit. So I think Frog's 100% right in that, and it should be an easy fix. So fingers crossed. On the positive side of the issuance curve, I'm not going to try and pronounce his name. That Turkish lad at Lille, who's already been mentioned twice properly, his name. Is he? Yes, they they made a lot of money out of that, and the only positive I can take out of it is there should be more money to invest back in the index, either through marketing, improving the platform. So it's another way of them generating revenue rather than crippling us with extra commission, and it potentially could feed into dividends. So let's look at something that is a positive that can come from it. I think personally it is frustrating. It, to me, does suppress a price that should be a free market that you should organically be able to increase or decrease. When you saw a lot of people that held Corrado correctly, maybe taking a punt that he would change. Let's forget about the positional side, but again, think about playing the market. That is an angle on the market, like I used to do injuries, good or bad. Then obviously the hard work and research and the risk they took over maybe 6-8 months waiting, that price that should have exploded was actually capped. Because I think, lads, isn't it 871 or some weird figure they put in?
Yeah, 871 seems to be the magic.
That's it, Stuart, yeah. So you look in there, they've basically suppressed that price. We're just throwing a load in, and it always is a penny, isn't it? A penny extra. Look, I understand why they do it. I don't like the way it's so ad hoc. How do they decide that? Also, I think the Corrado one, not to go on about again, was very dodgy, because that just happened so quickly. You know, the change was made, I think my friend texted me at 8:30 or something, and then suddenly the issuance suddenly kicked in around 9:10, something like that. I think it was. Guys, don't quote me, but roughly around that. Yeah, it does frustrate people. Is it another annoyance that doesn't need to occur? Would there be a better, more transparent system? I don't know. I'm just throwing stuff out there. It just seems another curveball that's stuck in there for people to complain about, when really the platform could really kick on. These few little black marks, as Frog has said, that is solvable, I believe. Or just be a bit more transparent about it. I'd love to know how much money they made off that. Wouldn't it be great for them to go, you know what, guys, by doing this, we are going to mint shares. It makes us this. We'd have to recover the same amount in 1 million traded. I'm making up stuff here, but just transparency, I think.
But like minting shares when players are at peak prices, that's normal though, isn't it? Like, you know.
Yes, at peak prices, you're right.
Yeah, but because I tweeted the other day about something. I commented on something. Oh God, I can't even remember. Did anybody see that? I can't remember which player we were talking about now. I think it was Mel MDJ or something was talking about it, and I had the impression that or was it Zuma? Was it actually it was Kurt Zuma.
Lads, this is set up now.
Basically, it looked like they were issuing shares at lower than what his previous peak was. But then I was corrected, and it was to do with the fact that when IS was turned off, they apparently bought back the shares above that. So, it's not to do with what his all-time peak was. It was about to do what his peak was when the IS was turned off. So that's why he's essentially, even though he's like 20 odd p lower than what his all-time peak is, he's still at his peak from since IS was turned off. So like if they're creating new shares based on, if they're minting shares at peak, then I don't know. I'm very much a layman when it comes to the actual market technology and all this issuance curves and all this stuff. So, but I think to me that seems normal that they'd mint at peak. Noir.
Yeah, for me, the thing that frustrates me with it is the fact that they haven't clarified it. They sent out that little email, that little paragraph that said we will issue shares at a set point, whatever, and more information will come out on this. Now, if it is as simple as they are just issuing at peak, the new peak price, and they're going to issue 715 shares or 871, I've seen both of those numbers knocking about, at 1p above, anytime they hit that point, and you'll see those line up. That for me is a very simple bit of comms that has no real conflict around it and is very easy to get out there and settles the market. The complete lack of communication on it just makes me nervous that they're sitting there looking at their books and looking at their finances and going, right, if we ever want to print some money, we can just start issuing curves and we can drop them in at any price point, at any place, on any player, whenever we feel like it. If we think that either there's not enough supply there when he's having a good day because people are holding and not instantly moving on to that sell, and haven't priced it in at that point, or the market looks a bit static on the upwards thing. And that's my main concern with it all, is that until we get that clarity, I can see them just sitting there and going, anytime a player spikes by, say, 10p, we're going to start pumping some issuance shares in there, because, they won't notice if we do it in a subtle way. Maybe it's only 100 shares here and there. But if they do start doing that, it makes it much harder for us to benefit from those upward trends, because if they start to plug in shares on any upward spiral, we're kind of taking all of the loss and only half the gain, say. Now, there's no reason to believe that's going to be the case. It could absolutely be this point that they're only going to print them when they get to this new peak, but they do love a curveball, and they do love thinking up their weird things, and they do have a complete neglect about how the index is going to react to certain things. And so, I just want them to come out and clarify it. It's so easy for them to do, and I just can't get why it takes so long for these comms to come out.
Can I ask you a question then? Like, so if hypothetically, if they were to, like, essentially like be just minting shares at random prices, does the benefit of them taking that money far outweigh, like potential dividend liabilities, because there are now more shares in circulation? Obviously, the chances of they're obviously going to try and use players that are maybe more obscure and less chance of, I don't know, I'm guessing here, but yeah, like that does seem pretty dodgy if they were to do that.
I mean, the simple thing is, like, if you look at it, how many players are actually going to win dividends? So if one guy has one really good IPD day, he's like bags a hat trick, and they start pumping out shares like nobody's business, how much liability are they really taking on? It's only really if, like, the next Messi gets picked out and we all pile in early doors that they're really going to suffer. And the price will rise so much that they'll still be printing shares anyway. So I'm not sure there's really any way that it becomes a risk for them.
Possibly, but I've also backed traders' football knowledge over Football Index's football knowledge.
Oh yes, yeah.
That's been proven too many times. Jesus. But I'll tell you what will be interesting, these IPOs, I want to bring it up as well, how they manage those, and how they'll be done as well, actually. Because I'm thinking Arena in my head when you said, Stuart, about the next Messi. I'm not saying he is, but I think that's one as well. That'll be very interesting to see how they pitch that, where the minting comes in as well. And I agree with Frog, peak stuff is perfect. I do think some of the stuff around Corrado, just again, something you said, Stuart, is great. It's just transparency. I think it's such an easy fix Very, very easy fix. Just put it out there. We all know exactly what the goalposts are, and then that's it. Done. Doesn't have to be just because. Also, look at Twitter is only probably about 10 or 15% of all the users of Football Index. When I read stuff or when people analyze it, but Jesus, it really does have a lot to do with sentiment and drives the market. And anytime there's these little things, I look at the Corrado thing as well. Frog's spot on everything he said. They could have solved that. And look at all the debate. Instead of going, wow, look how much liquidity's come in. I still don't think it's Football Index. You know, it's been a great week, exciting. We've all got our kind of energy and positivity back into the market. And then something like this just derails it again. That's the thing that frustrates me. Because as you said, Stuart, it's maybe a misreading of the user base, or maybe believing incorrectly that people are just going to either accept it or understand this already. And I don't know why they just don't respond back to it. I think somebody said it's because they mint whenever they want, and that's their strategy. I can't say that's true or not. I don't know. So, and there's another problem. We don't know. Again, we're all guessing.
They did say, to be fair, like the one thing I would say is that in terms of issuance curves, they have said they are going to talk about it. So, like, you know, they obviously haven't, but you know, I'm right there. I mean, in the comms they did say that they would you know, lay out what their plans were for issuance, didn't they?
They did, Frog. You're right, but they've done it, and they've not clarified it. That's the thing. If they hadn't done it, then that'd be perfect. We just wait, but it's definitely happened, and it's only because someone eagle-eyed even spotted the 781. I mean,
yeah,
Jesus, fair play to that man who's been following the depths that much that he spotted it. But you know what I mean? It's because somebody on Twitter spotted it, and then clever people said 781 sounds right. He probably rounded it up or some metric around it, that we really kind of rumbled it. You know, it's something like you said, Frog, about unnecessary that you've been mentioning around the positional stuff. They know that's a problem. They know it pisses people off. But either just come out and fix it. It's just another little point. I just don't know why.
They've never addressed.
Sorry.
No, they've never addressed it. That's the problem. Yeah. That's what I was going to say. Like issuance, they say that they're going to address it. They've never. Okay, like they said at one point that they wouldn't do it during the season, and then they backtracked on that right away. I actually forgot that. It was Cal that reminded me of that earlier. That you know, so they said that somebody in customer services got it wrong, and players could change during the season, but they've never actually addressed it. And it's a fundamental issue. Like I can't stress how important it is. Like if you're putting your hard-earned cash into a player, into a bet based on a certain structure or certain rules, like whether that bet's a player that's a defender, like, you know, I'm not going to sit here and argue the merits of like why one player should be a defender and the other one should be a striker. Like I actually don't really care what position players are. I really don't, like, because like if you know, I'll just adapt my strategy and the players I pick based on whatever position they are. Like, so like I don't care if Cuadrado's a midfielder. I don't care if Sancho's a midfielder or a striker. I actually don't care. But what I do care is that it's not going to change overnight, and I'm going to wake up and my whole port's the arse is going to fall out my port because somebody at Opta decided to change something. That's the sort of shit. And I don't believe that. Like, obviously, we've heard from. I've spoke to two Opta employees. Like one Opta employee and one former Opta employee. We had Opta guys on the pod. I think it was on Fig's pod. So basically, the gist of what I've got from Opta is positions are irrelevant to Opta. Like Opta collect data. Positions have no relevance to Opta whatsoever. They're like they don't affect them whatsoever. However, they do have, you know, they do set these things in. But basically, the gist of it was like, you know, a player's position could get changed to Opta, you know, just by one guy one day decided that, oh no, he's actually a defender. And you know, this thing that's so irrelevant to a company, like, you know, like we're just like. FI is just one customer of Opta. There's no way that, you know, like people go, oh yeah, but FI can't go and demand Opta to do this and that. But that's not what I'm asking. What I'm asking is FI to take control. FI, like however it's going to work, just have some sort of structure. Like if you're going to have changes 4 times a year, if you're going to have changes twice a year, once a year, like whatever, like at least if we have some sort of system, we can then work within it and predict, okay, all right, okay, you might look at a player that's listed as a defender, but he's played in midfield the whole season. You think, okay, well, maybe come the summer when the changes come in, he might be more at risk than other ones. So I'll de-risk there. But you can work towards that. You can't work towards something that changes overnight. That's just a fucking joke.
Yeah, it needs to be something like this. Maybe you use the transfer windows and you say we can update, positions twice a year or something like that in these 2-month periods or whatever, so that you've got some certainty around your bet. And we know the transfer window brings uncertainty anyway. So, that would be a sort of fair thing from my perspective, because it just gives you that degree of certainty. I don't know if it happens enough to be a major problem. I know it caused all kinds of nightmares when Kimmich got moved from being a defender to being a midfielder and so forth. But for me, it doesn't bother me too much, the positional changes.
Really?
Yeah, because I think it's because I'm spread wide enough that when it does happen.
Yeah, but I'm not really caring about, I'm not thinking about just my port. I'm thinking about the game as a whole.
Absolutely.
If you've got some, if you've got some money, like people talk about different port sizes and the big port. It's all relative to me. Like whatever your port size is, your port size, and it's still your money and it's still important. And if you want to go big into a player, if you really back a player to win PB and return you dividends, and then overnight it's changed without any pre-warning, with any folk might go, oh well, he's been playing in that position, so you knew you could get changed. That doesn't wash with me. It just doesn't wash, because how can it just change overnight? You're changing the whole bet thing. It's just ridiculous. I see Cian in the McKenna. He's saying about positional data from clubs themselves. I read this today. I actually don't know. My impression was that it was literally just Opta can set whatever they want, and it can change at any time. There may be some truth in that. I don't actually know but I don't get why FI can't control this. I don't know why FI, people go, oh yeah, but FI if the amount of heat that FI would get if they changed it, and it's better that it's a third party that control. I don't get that.
I think it's quite simple that they could just freeze that part of the data update for 6 months and just say, right, guys, we're going to be doing some, positional changes in the coming weeks of this point in the transfer window or at this time of the season, and just so you're aware. But it's quite easy for them from a data perspective to limit certain, lock certain fields and unlock other fields. So I don't see why it's a structural problem. I think it's just it's back to this. They just don't really care. So it's them. It's not really a big deal. And so why bother doing the extra tech or the extra effort to make it a better experience for the people on the platform? There is a massive degree of arrogance from them, and that's the problem we're always going to suffer with. So I just got something in the chat about recycling of shares, something that a guy Paul's from the Facebook community's raised around how do Football Index customer services feel about recycling of shares between each other on social media? Apparently it's illegal from the T's and C's perspective. Now, this is one of those things where, unfortunately, I think it's going to be one of those bookie issues where they kind of get whatever, they get to have their cake and eat it, and we unfortunately get bent over a barrel. So a few years back, I found a very cunning loophole in betting websites. So if you had something called Odds Checker and you were looking at tennis, i.e. a binary result type of game. So you either one person has to win it and there's only two possible outcomes. Now, because of the way bookies work, there are some bookies that lead the market and there are other bookies that follow the market. If you have a bookie who follows the market, you will be amazed at how many times they actually type those odds in the wrong way round, which gives you about a 7-minute window to back the longest odds on both sides of the fence. So you can back it, say 5-1 on both sides of the fence. What? Don't do it. I got barred from 4 bookies over a space of about 3 weeks. And the best thing was the ones that were barring me were the ones that were winning the bets. So I was like, why are you barring me? You've had like 300 quid off me. But it sort of went as unusual betting activity because normally I bet on, Cheltenham and football. and suddenly I was putting like 100, 250 quid down on this obscure Australian tennis match.
Yeah, Peruvian local tennis tournament. Yeah. But still, wow, Stuart, Jesus, you could clean up on that when it happened as well.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
So I made like $2,000 in the space of like 2 weeks before I got barred from so many bookies. Or Paddy Power had a different approach, was where basically they capped my maximum bet at 75p on anything, and I was just like, you get.
I've been there, yeah.
So yeah, it was just like, and that's the problem, unfortunately. It comes back to this
win-win
share recycling thing, where it's when it's something that is perfectly legal and you haven't violated any rules, and it's their fuck ups, or they're not, controlling it. They just don't like it, so they'll find a way of shutting you down, and that comes back to the same thing around this recycling of shares. Is that Football Index, if you ask them directly, they're going to say it's absolutely against the laws and we'll track you down and we'll punish you for this. But at the end of the day, if somebody's doing it in a WhatsApp group, it's like, prove it. Oh yeah, I love this. Should you become aware of specific people who are doing this, please let us know their details. Yeah, in other words, please knock them out to us. Fuck off, Football Index.
Turn us all into grasses. Yeah.
We're not being your
snitches
police.
Get stitches. Yeah.
That's mental. But yeah,
have you lads ever done? How I would do recycling, I'll be always honest, is if it spikes, I will sell and wait till the next day. But I'm not getting this. You ask somebody else to flip your shares at the same time. It just seems like a lot of hassle, to be perfectly honest, that I've not really bothered with personally. But I know it's all over the timeline.
Yeah, it's been done a lot. That's what I was going to say.
Hasn't it, Frog? Yeah, wasn't there a 4 million day? Wasn't it when the market was slumped massively? And I reckon about 3 million of that was just recycling. I think for IPDs before the 9 games. Can't remember when that was.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was. And to be fair, like long term, maybe it's like unethical, or it's against what they want. However, when that happened, we were in the shit massively because of FI. So they owed us. Like that day when it all happened for the 9 games, I get why everyone went out and did it. I was amazed when I seen the amount that's been traded. I was like, how's this even happening? And then it was my mate messaged me and says, yeah, everyone's recycling. And I'm like, whoa, shit. I couldn't even comprehend how they were doing it initially, because obviously, I'm still learning how this, but obviously some people were very clued up right away, very quickly, and they all went for it. But yeah, if it's not meant to happen, then yeah, that's totally fair. And like I can get that, but they definitely were Jewish after what happened with the market.
I think that at the end of the day, traders should be able to do anything. It's the same with casinos. Like if you've ever been in a casino, roulette wheel spinners, they have a certain skill set, so they can actually spin a certain profile. Like not nail on, they can't go spin 0 every time, but they can spin it into a certain point in the wheel
area.
And basically I clocked that this roulette wheel in the Milton Keynes casino was basically spinning the same 5 numbers. Like you just basically pumped up the nose. Again, it was something where basically they noticed that, and they changed the croupier, or whatever they called the roulette spinners, within about 3 spins, because they were like, well, somebody's worked out the pattern, and then they mix it up to a completely different pattern.
That's their mistake. It's their problem.
But this is the thing. All of these gambling sites, all of the bookies, all the casinos, anything that gives the punter an edge or a benefit, they will look to shut it down, because it's just not in their interest. So it is unfortunately the nature of the beast. So I'd say crack on with it, but just keep it under the table and out of line of sight, because they will look at Facebook and they will look at Twitter, and if they see those things, it's very easy for them to marry it up and give you a shot across the bow. And I don't even know what the rules around what punitive action they could even take against you is. And that's the scary thing, is could they just lock down your entire portfolio and say you've violated our terms and conditions?
And they probably could. And just to give it in context, lads, I think value match today was 1.3 million. And I think at that peak time it was 4. So it just shows. And also, so that means they'd nearly have to throw out about 80% of the community, by the looks of it, because of that 4 million. Do you know what I mean? And it's also, if they did it for one person, someone else could argue, well, then why is that other person escaped that they know did? I agree with you totally, sure. I think, look, that's an anomaly. They need to close the loophole, and they need to do something from a technical point of view. It's in their interest as well. Obviously, it does cost money, which takes money out of the coppers, which affects us all. But my whole principle, that's up to FI to close that loophole, not traders themselves.
I also think part of the reason that ever happened in the first place is just a result of the fact that we had a broken market, or we had a market that's been suppressed for that long, and prices have been driven down, and like people were, and the thing is, there was not enough liquidity. So the reason that this could happen is because of the lack of liquidity, and people were just looking. So I think it was just a result of a very poor situation within the market that this happened. I generally don't think people. I guess people will always try and find an edge in whichever way they can. But like I think in a better market, which I think it is right now, it's not there. It's not where it's not exactly where we want it to be, but it's definitely a hell of a lot better than it was a week ago.
Yeah, so one for you guys to mull over while I go and collect my next bottle of wine is so something that I'm trying to work out how the best trading strategy at the moment is so because of the nature of the buy sell market, and you want to have your sell options out there because to avoid this sort of football index taking advantage of any certain moves in the market, and you're kind of the first bid on the table essentially. What I've taken to doing is sort of looking through my port, and a lot of the players I've kind of gone, right, if I offer them, put the sell offer out there at 30p above their current value, if they hit that, I'm happy to take that profit, and then I'll look to buy back in. So I had the first one of those activates the other day, which was Andre Kramaric. So I bought him at 135 and sold him at 165, and I've currently got an offer in around the 154 mark to sort of buy back in. But I think that's an interesting way of looking at refreshing your IPDs and stuff. It's that slight concern in the background of my head is like, is that 30p the right price point?
I do percentage myself, but the same principle. And also, like I did it on Ciro Immobile, which I tried to pronounce Frog. I don't know if same for you. What I've done is I've maybe put it up by 20%. I'm happy to take 20% profit. If it doesn't hit that, I'll collect the IPD in between, and then I can always adjust the price afterwards. That's what I've actually started to do, what Stuart said, except for I'm taking percentage. Have you looked at anything like that, or?
Yeah, I haven't, to be honest. Like, I was talking to a mate of mine earlier today, and he's already all over that. And I'm starting to think to myself, do I need to look at my strategy? Obviously, within an order book system, do I need to adapt more and like play these margins more, play these spreads more, work this buy and sell offers more? Because I'm generally, going back to the initial conversation in the beginning about strategy, like, I still feel that I'm by default, I'm still kind of just try to find players that can win PB, and players I believe in. So like, I'm not really playing these margins, but then I'm by not doing that, I'm not like in terms of compounding and making your money work for you, and because these there's obviously opportunity to play these spreads, and I really need to get clued up on it. So like, any advice you guys have got, I welcome.
And look, at no expert, because to be honest, Frog, I've sold too early and I've missed out on PB and I've missed on rises. It's a hit and miss thing. What I do now, to be honest with you, Frog, is I'll look at a player and go, like Illich, let's say Josip Illich. I bought him for 95p, right? I think he's a fantastic player. I think he'll definitely win PB. I love holding him. But if he won a goal day, let's just say 28p, right? Whenever that eventually is, and a couple of IPD, if I could sell him for £1.30, I'd be very happy with that profit. That'd be 35p. If that happens and I win gold in between, that fantastic. And when he's sold with a 35p increase, I'll take that and then I'll rebid lower down, a bit like Stuart was saying, and I work it off percentage. So again, for me, I've done it on all players now. I've set offers on all the players that I've bought recently. I've done an offer just for time as well, if I'm being honest.
So it's essentially the kind of the whole Vardy thing. You know how Vardy's price would always go up before the game and then always come back down. And people just kept rinse, repeat. Lewandowski's another one. Messi even at times. Older players especially. In the old system, you could even, just like buy earlier in the week, sell just before kickoff, and just do it over and over and over. And that's essentially what we're doing now within an order book system. Yeah.
Well, just from my point of view, that's what I've been doing. Also to say, guys, time, because it's like an exit point when I do my shares. I bought, like Stuart was on about Lloyd's Bank, so I bought it at very low. I don't think it'll ever get back to 60p, but I was happy to take 38p, and I bought at 30p. So I didn't even have to look at it. Once that was triggered, that was perfect. Then I've put a rebid in to say if it hits 35p, I'll be very happy to take it then, and any dividends.
Yeah, it's the way you do it.
And I've banked the profits. So to be honest, Frog, that's kind of my principle. It's also for time for me. It takes so much time. Like the old index, I hated because you'd have to be on there every minute, spotting if they scored, then try and sell them quickly if they went to a massive price. And you always ended up selling them incorrectly because it dipped down so quickly and you got frustrated. That's the one thing I love about this order book. Your strategy is still brilliant, to be honest, Frog. If you pick up, let's say Illich, like I've said, I bought at 95p. If you hold him for the next year and he wins 5 goal days, let's just say he did, and I've sold off, you'll actually make more return than me. And that's the great thing. There's different strategies. I think just for me, I've been burned so many times, and you mentioned it the last time I was on about they changed the bet, and I'm stuck with all these. I call them bad bets. I didn't think they were at the time, but now looking back on them. But if I had maybe sold some of those players at a peak and bank profit, I could have rebought. I still have the same player, but that profit would be a nice cushion. So I think I've been burnt so many times that that's changed my strategy slightly. Rather than I'm a bit of a hoarder, so I've got like 170 players. I don't even know when I win dividends. Sometimes.
Mini Dawn,
it's like a lottery. Mental.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, carry on.
Sorry, just while you're talking about Ilicic, so he's one of these really interesting players to keep an eye on because he was absolutely on fire last season. Then he had all that horrible shit in his personal life. I read all kinds of stories about like his wife was cheating on him and he found her in bed with his best mate or something. And then he had like a mental breakdown and stuff like that. But he's one of those ones that is like an absolute bargain at the moment because if he gets anywhere near back to that former last season, he's just going to light the world up. It's just, has he got the mental strength to come back? Because
well, he looked good at midweek.
He did look good against us. Yeah, he was certainly a threat.
Yeah, I'm ageist by nature, so like I will buy 30 plus guys in certain circumstances, but I'm pretty damn ageist, to be honest. I don't like the stress of it, even though like I'm a complete hypocrite. So I'll sit there and argue that Ronaldo's got another 5 years left. So like I like there's value in the older players as well, obviously, but yeah, I generally stay away. It's just the way I am.
Yeah, I mean, whereas I love it over 30 because I've got Alejandro Gomez, Ilicic. I did used to have massive amounts of Banega. I'm quite happy with that end of the market because they tend to be cheaper as well. I'm kind of like, well, if they've got the right PB scores, then it's a little opportunity there.
We'll go back to what Addict said there, right? Regarding like let's say we take the same, we take Ilicic. I'm not sure, it could be a good example, but any player really. Like you are obviously buying in. You're trying to make 30-40% on your trade or whatever, 20-30% on your trade and doing it, and then I could hold for the year, trying to win PB as much as he can in any capital appreciation. And you said to me there, well, you'll probably be better off than me. And I'm like, am I really though? Because what you're doing is compounding. Essentially, you're basically just continuing, making that money work over and over and over. And that's the beauty of what these order books and what the market now gives it. That's the whole Warren Buffett thing, isn't it? So
100%. Can I be honest? One thing that I think is massively overlooked this season, and I look as well as a hedging as well, is injuries, guys. I don't know if you saw the Bayern Munich match earlier today, but I think there was 4 injuries in that match, or 4 players that got taken off, I think, in that one match. There's no preseason. All these games are jam-packed together. We got a Euros coming up as well. And the more you hold a player one time, you might have 1 injury a season for a player. Potentially, you said Glassman. I think that's a great term to use that now going forward. You could have 2 or 3. And if you're holding long term, that's really having a major impact. Whereas I'm hedging against that by, guys, sometimes I'll take 10%. If it's a player I really believe in. So how I do it is I go, am I buying in at value? I look at their chart and then go, what would I be happy? What would be the price I wouldn't want to buy it? And when I see that, then that's my exit point. And then exactly as you said, Frog, it's just recycling that through as well. And also by doing that, It's a bad injury. How many times have you guys had a fantastic player? Look at Kimmich.
You keep walking away from your mic, tipster.
Oh, sorry about that. No, I'm just saying, for me, I think it is massively overlooked. The injury impact. I've been following that a lot and looking at, there is glass players, I agree totally, but there will be a lot of injuries further down the season. And the longer you hold somebody, obviously, the more risk is attached. There's obviously a reward. But it works for me from a time point of view as well, because I'm happy with that. It also makes it non-emotional. So I take my 20%. I'm very happy with that trade. I'm not thinking, Jesus, he got second PB. Oh, God, if I'd bought him here, bought him there. It's a very set strategy. 20%, take it back out. And then Stuart's spot on as well. Then it's also about your re-entry point. So what you rebid at. There's no point rebidding what you originally got, because you could be waiting whatever
7 years, yeah.
7 years. So you have to be realistic. But if you get in, let's say 7% less, and you sold for a 7% profit, and do it again, that was your point. 100% Frog is the whole Warren Buffett thing. You're compounding it. Whereas with shares, you're waiting years and years. You can do it so quickly. So like I did that 1 year with transfers, just in and out, and it just built up so massively. You know, that's kind of works for me. But then I've been doing shares for 10 years, and I'm kind of used to that principle. And I know the market well enough. I'm not going to brag, but I know decent enough to know what value is. So once I spot value, grab it. And then obviously then it's just a matter of waiting for that spike. The one thing that's very predictable, I don't know what you guys have seen it, is the spikes are happening. It just takes good PB. Look at Kroos. I bought him at the very lowest. I was very lucky, but I knew he would go up. I was shocked how quickly he went up with one good PB win. And that's kind of opened my eyes a little bit. I still think the market's a little all over the place. We're trying to figure out value and offer prices. So I'm not going to sit here and say I have it right. I've put offer prices on Thauvin, the guy, I can't pronounce the guy, the Marseille guy.
Mark Thauvin, yeah.
I really rate him. I've put the price at £2. I think looking at it now, I've made a mistake. I think I maybe should have set that lower. Because I've looked at the average, it's about £2 to get back to his peak. He's not gone back the same as some of the other players and he's played quite well. Very worrying his PB today after scoring a goal. That I didn't like that 165.
CT Talvin is one of my absolute bogey players. Like I've seen so many people plug him and bang on about him as like this amazing player, and his PB scores have never justified it for me, because he used to be up in like the £4 bracket pre-share split.
Yes.
And I was just like, I couldn't understand why. It's just like there's nothing about his PB scores that to me justified that price, and it doesn't look like he's got any like interesting transfer opportunities coming
Milan,
up
actually, which is a worry, Stuart, even more worrying. I am a holder, I'll be transparent. Milan is not good for him.
I think the thing with Tovan is like it's especially post injury, he hasn't been the same. He was out for a while, and then like since he's come back, he's not hit those 200 plus scores. You know, I remember he went through a phase of hitting a good few, but yeah, I think you're probably right. I think his PB probably is overestimated by a lot of people.
So Jag's joined us from the YouTube chat, so I've just unmuted him. So Jag, welcome on. What have you got to say, mate?
Hello, guys. Thank you for letting me on. I just wanted to say, I really love that you do the live streams. I'm a big fan of like live content. I don't know what it is, but there's something about when it's actually live versus watching something pre-recorded and watching it back. It's a totally different thing for me. And
Sorry, just to jump in for 2 seconds. I actually watched someone who like gives like people, you know, like another YouTube video where like she's obviously advising people like how to make content and stuff. And she said that someone will look at a 10-minute video and think it's too long, but then they'll come into a live stream and sit for 2 hours and not even bat an eyelid.
Yeah.
So I watch a huge amount of live streams, not Football Index related, but I'm kind of happy that there's Football Index content that's coming out live now as well.
Well, hopefully this will continue, but it is going to require some sponsorship, guys, from the general community. So I'm just setting up my my plug very shortly by setting up my little image to point to the Donate Now button. If you would like to donate, it can be as little as 50p or £1. It just all adds up. If you all help me pay that £55 ongoing cost, I'll keep doing this. But my wife will murder me if I keep paying for this myself. So options here, guys. If you click on the Noir X4 main page, there is a little PayPal donate button on that top banner. feel free to click there and chip away. There's been some very generous guys that have paid in. There was one guy that paid me 20 quid, God knows why, but thank you very much, whoever that was. And there was another guy that paid me a fiver and one that paid me a tenner. So we got to 35 quid so far this month. So another 20, and I've justified the cost, so I can plug on for another month. And, you know, running up to Christmas, who knows what will happen. But that's my one little plug. It's only for the software costs. It's because of Zoom. I've looked into Google Hangouts. That was said to be free. It's only free for an hour. We tend to run for 3 to 4 hours. So it's one of these things, guys. If you can help me cover the software costs, if I ever exceed the software costs, it will all go to Div for Kids. So it's literally to cover the software, so I'm not paying it off my own back. Right,
Have you checked out Discord at all? Is it because that's completely free and you can do all this video stuff, right?
I didn't know you could do video stuff on Discord. Somebody pulled me onto Discord after the first one of these I did. I didn't know you could present.
You can set up everything, your own channel. You can even stream within Discord itself and have your members view the stream in there, which you probably won't do. But the Discord is amazing. Some of the free features they have on there. I don't know how they do it.
I will happily look into it, because any solution where anyone can find out I can do this for free, then all the better, because, you know, I do like enjoying it, and I know that Frog and Addict are quite happy to come on, as it was Addict that plugged it to me to get back on here. So yeah, I'll have a look into Discord and see if we can make that work. But
I was gonna say I'll need to donate if I'm gonna hang out here as much as I do. I should cover some of the costs. Yeah, I need to hold my hand up there and say that I'll get onto that for you.
Yeah, I was gonna say the same. Yeah, I felt like you let me on. I feel like I need to donate now.
Yeah, thanks. But yeah, like anyone that can, you know, share, you know, I am very much a tech novice. I am not set up the podcast. I have one nice mic, which a friend of mine who does do like video game podcasts recommended me to get, which cost me like 30 quid. So that was quite a good mic. But other than that, it's very much just I know how to use Zoom. I did a bit of research to get one of these up and running, looked at Google Hangouts, looked at Zoom, looked at Skype, looked at a few other things. And this one seemed to be the only one where it wasn't going to overload my internet. It was going to let me have people on to talk, which was the main thing I wanted. I wanted it to be an open forum where anyone could dial in and have their say. I know that there's not a huge number of people that join us, but there's been a few that have come in and had a few little moments. So
how many did we have last time? We had like 60. Did we have like 60 odd or 50 odd or something? What's it?
I think nearly 70 at one stage, and then afterwards, a lot watch it afterwards as well, guys. Nearly 600-700 as well. And it's well worth it as well as a donation, because look at we always learn stuff. Even me with Frog, I learned some stuff as well from yourself as well, Stuart. And I've been on the index three years. You'll make your money back just from these kind of live ones. Are great. I'm not going to say anything about any other podcast, but this stuff is just a straight open conversation. What are you struggling with? Because I think we've answered quite a few little bits and pieces as well. And I think, you know, even I think the value thing is a massive thing at the moment as well. I'm not going to say I'm an expert. One thing you said, Stuart, earlier, I think you did as well as Frog, is our own opinion of what value is. But the only tip I can give anyone is buy a share, if it's on the stock market or a footballer that you think is good value, and then it is just patience. The one great thing about this order book is if you think you'd be happy with 25% return, you can set that 25% return now as a function and just sit back and wait for that money to come in. And if you win PB in between and dividends, even better.
See, this is the problem though. So I'm just going to share a bit of a psychology paper thing that I read the other day. This is the problem. So that is absolutely common sense, Addict. It's definitely the way that you should trade. But there was this brilliant psychology paper where basically they gave people an option, right? So you get to sit in a room for, I think it was like 10 minutes in complete silence with your own thoughts. And you have a button which can give you a very painful electric shock. And your option is to just sit there and enjoy your peace and quiet, or to press the button and give yourself a shock. 75% of men chose to give themselves a series of electrical shocks rather than sit in their own thoughts. And I think it was 50% of women did the same thing. So that's the problem with football indexes. That's the kind of psychology of the general human population we're dealing with. We would rather do something that hurts us than do nothing, unfortunately.
Jesus Christ. I'm married, so I'd pay for 10 minutes of pay. honest.
Yeah, I'm quite happy in my own company. I think I'd take the piece as well.
I take the
But you
piece.
just
But isn't
know
that
that
funny, Stuart? Jesus, that's hilarious. Honestly.
But yeah, you know, the button would be there calling you when you just to test it once, just to see what it does.
Do you want to buy a Peruvian goalkeeper? Yeah, why not? Go on. You're right, though. I said it to you guys the last day, and Frog was very right the way that he kind of challenged me when I said, "Oh, you're happy enough to accept it." But some of the players I've bought, now that I've analysed and just held a mirror up to myself, I don't know why I bought them. I think someone put on Twitter, send me some of your worst buys. And I actually didn't even know I bought some of these players, and I have no clue why. Even maybe I lost into FOMO. Someone said on Twitter, oh God, they're really good, this guy, or someone's injured, he's going to come into the team. Of course, he never did. And now I'm stuck with this guy for the next 50 years. Hopefully the platform lasts that long. Maybe eventually I'll get my money back. He'll win one game. Maybe a senior game. They'll add them in. But it's amazing how we are our own worst enemy at times. But that's the one thing that... Sorry, Rob.
So Adley scored for Bordeaux. Sorry,
nice. I like him.
Mulligan.
Yassine Adley.
Oh, he did he? All right.
Yeah, it's 2-2. I'm just thinking for Neymar. Sorry, Adley, didn't mean to cut you off. I was just
no. Because I honestly don't mention too many players because I'm going to jump on in play. No, he's
get yourself stuck in another one.
Yeah, no, I'm only joking. If you see a big goes in, no, he's an.
I mean, his price
player.
is low. It really is
crazy low, isn't it?
And I don't buy youth players as well. I won't push it, but there's a Calgary player that played at the end of last season, youth player. It goes to show how the market's changed so much. And I don't really follow youth, but he scored a goal against Juventus near the end of the game. And he went from 70p. Yes, there you go. Yeah, I really like him, but I just think he's fantastic when I watched him in games. And he's gone from, I think, 80p peak down to 22p. I picked him up for today. It's crazy. And we all know the market. That trend will change probably next season when there's a pre-season or something changes or there's an international break. And it's just opportunity. That's what I love about the index. There's so many opportunities to profit. I think, and that's why I get annoyed when people are like cannibals and they attack each other. Like you said, Frog, I don't hold Sancho. I never would. But good luck to anyone that makes money out of it. Fantastic. It's only good for all of us. I've never understood this attack mentality as well. There's enough opportunities and strategies. As you've got your PB, I'm changing to mostly PB like you guys, and maybe flipping a bit more. There's lots of ways to profit. Lots of ways.
No, and just quickly on that, again, I don't understand this. I think it's just the way social media has driven people these days, is that it's this very almost like cult-driven community thing where you've got your clan that you must defend against all of the people that say anything against your way of thinking. But for me, the reason why I wanted to do this and the reason why I think this adds merit is because the way you learn new things is by encountering people who have different opinions to you, and you will never change anybody's mind by shouting at them and screaming at them and telling them they're a fucking idiot. The only way you'll ever change someone's opinion is by actually engaging in their conversation, understand why they think that way, and then explaining why you think your way, and sharing that narrative and moving the conversation forward. And who knows, heaven forbid, you might actually learn something useful from that person. IPDs, I fucking hate IPDs. If anyone can teach me about how to do IPDs, I'd fucking love that, because it's a very weak point of my trading platform, apart from having Max Cruz for the 9 games setup. But he scored 3 goals for me so far, so that's doing all right. 6p on a 50p buy. But, that again just shows that there is opportunity to make money in all kinds of different ways at the moment on the index.
You should definitely hit up JD on Slack. He knows IPDs inside out.
Yeah, he's a master of that shit, isn't he? You beat me to it.
The thing is as well, they're not just competing for IPDs. He's even got very close to some PB wins from some ridiculously priced players. I think Stindl was the big one for him.
Yeah, he knows his stuff. He's a good lad, like.
Yeah.
So, I don't mean to bring it back into the gutter again, but I was going to ask you, Jag. I seen a comment you said earlier. I'm sorry for pulling this back to positions, but you wrote like potential position changes are part of your trading decisions.
Yeah. So basically, if I think a player is going to change, then in a negative way, I probably stay away from them. Yeah,
but do you not feel that my counter to that is, do you not feel that applies to lots of people? And there's a lot of players that have, positional, that whether it be like wide attacking players that could be redefined as a midfielder, and then obviously as a midfielder, it's obviously historically shows it's harder to win midfield than it is to win strikers. I think it can apply to loads. I find it hard how you can, like, obviously there's certain ones, like if someone's like played every game at left back and he's listed as a forward or midfielder, then that's maybe more obvious. But I find it hard to.
Like, I'm not dismissing it completely, by the way. That's just like, that's for now. So my kind of view on it is basically, it's definitely not FI's biggest priority at the moment. They've got a bunch of other stuff going on, and I do think they will address it at some point. But the thing is, what I definitely don't want them to do is a half-ass solution that's gonna make everyone kick off again. So if they're gonna do it, I want them to do it properly with a solution that's actually gonna properly work. And if that's a year down the road, I don't care, or it could even be longer. I think that's the way. That's the way it is. Oh, look how long we've dealt with it. It's the way it is. Like, they've got the other priorities there, and I just feel like it's not that a big deal. Obviously it's annoying. It's not that big a deal for me at the moment, but I'm hoping they will address it at some point.
Okay, sorry for bringing it back into the positional gutter, but yeah, I just remembered your comment there, so thanks for that, mate. Cheers.
No problem. Yeah, it's a nice. Oh, actually, it's not a nice topic, really, is it? It's been overdone.
Well, if we are on it, no, since we're here, like I actually disagree, because I think it's huge, and I think, like you said, they might have other stuff to worry about. That's true, but I also wish I had your faith in terms of, like, they'll get to it, because, like, this has been like 2 years I've been on FI, and it's never been addressed, and there's been a lot, there's been times where they're not dealing with order books and liquidity and everything else that they're dealing with now, and it still wasn't resolved. So, like, my faith in them resolving it is a little bit, like,
yeah, I can understand that, definitely.
My faith in FI is huge, like, long term, but the positional thing, it's the bugbear. It's
okay.
The one
so
that
there's a topic. There's a couple of, like, topics I wanted to bring up, and this kind of well, if that's okay with you, obviously don't take, like, yeah. So obviously, I don't know if you've covered this, but obviously the Quadrado position change and going back on the rules, like, that's so the reason why I bring it up now is because that's come about from a position change, and that's potentially gonna make them look at that issue a bit more to resolve it long term. But what were your thoughts about that situation happening in the first place, and their decision to go against the rule?
You mean Team of the Month?
Yeah.
Team of the Month, yeah. What an absolute joke! So what was it? They said initially that if a player's changed, whenever it's paid out, he'll be paid out for the position he is at that time. So if he's gone from a defender to a midfielder, when the end of the month happens and payouts are made, he'll be classed as a midfielder. And now they've gone back on it. And like, what a can of worms that is, but, like, with things like which scores count, clean sheets, and, like, oh my god, it's ridiculous, isn't it?
Oh, I would have loved a Quadrado 250 with a clean sheet today to see what would have happened there.
I mean, just out of curiosity, I'm just going to quickly share my screen. So, a Twitter profile that I would really recommend everyone to follow, because I follow it, is Fresh Milk, just because he does some great stuff with the Team of the Month stuff. So if you ever want to know where the Team of the Month is, he publishes it far more frequently in Football Index.
Yeah, he's very good. Yeah.
So it's interesting that, because if you look at Quadrado, right, he's currently the 4th best midfielder, but he would have been easily, by a standard mile, the best defender this month. So it's very interesting that they've made that call, because he would have basically shot straight to the top of that defender list, whereas obviously he's kind of not really lighting the world on fire in the midfielder one at the moment, because there are people that are pipping him to the post. So, it does feel that there is quite a lot of Reece James holders out there that would have been absolutely raging had they have switched him, whereas there's not really too many Quadrado holders that are going to be as raging as the Reece James guys if he suddenly got bumped down a peg.
But surely people should be more raging at the fact that they've said that something's a rule and now they've changed their mind.
It's a bit weird, because it is the logical way. It is the more logical way, what they're doing, but they already set what they were going to do, right?
It's that shit
the
that's
interesting
annoying,
thing,
isn't
though,
it?
isn't it? Because people have just been sitting there going and saying like, oh yeah, you know, it shows how agile Football Index can be. They've responded with common sense. They've been really quick on this one. It's just like,
Well, I think that's true to an extent because in terms of their customer service lately, they've been very like on the ball, but I think on this they've been on the ball, but in a wrong way.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's one of those things where I'm always a bit of a skeptical bastard. I'm sure they've looked at the numbers and they've worked out there's a reason why they decided to make that call, and it's not going to be in our favour.
It's just consistency in what they're saying, though, really, isn't it? It's just like you just want them to make decisions and make rules and stick to them, and like that's all we like. This is not like it's going back to the initial discussions about the merits of one player being listed as one in one position or not, or people arguing I don't care. Like I really, if Sancho's a midfielder, yes, I see the merits of him being as a striker, potentially, but I just don't. That's not the issue. It's just the consistency of what they're doing, the consistency of the rules, the consistency of the bets. It's just consistency. That's all we need. We just need consistency all over the place. Whether it's the consistency of the technology or whatever. It's just consistency. That's what we need. We need the framework to work within, and then just let us get back to trading football. That's all we need.
It's an avoidable distraction taken away from a very positive week. That was just not necessary, really.
What's interesting though is I think a lot of people mentioned this on Slack was so it's better that we're moaning about these type of things than the state of the market.
True. It's a very good point. Isn't it great? Jesus, those people last week thinking it was going to go bust. They saw Adam Cole running for the airport. People tracking him down in Heathrow. Do you know what I mean? Honestly, that's a very, very good point. But I think because we all love the product so much, and because I don't know what you guys think, I think long term there's so much potential. I think we're just so passionate. We just wanted to fix these little things. I think what Frog's saying on this one, I haven't thought of it like that. Is it has actually been dragging on for quite some time, which I'd forgotten it was so long this has been going on. It's not something I'm massively passionate about, but I think it's just symptomatic of the little things that they can fix as well. But I wonder what you think, guys. Is it as much of a game changer as we think? Will he be the new defender that's going to dominate? The only one in my mind always for defenders, Ramos. When he gets a penalty, I think he's hard to chase. But has it been oversold a little bit, do we think?
I don't think so.
I don't know how we did today. Does anyone know how we did today, actually?
Not too great.
He didn't do too good, but he's not going to do too great every day. But it is huge because it's the clean sheet bonus, and it's also defenders are historically like lower max scores to win PB. So you're getting a double benefit there. You're getting the benefit of the clean sheet bonus, but you're also getting the benefit of having probably lower targets to hit to win. So it's huge. Like there's total. It's a massive, and it's the same the opposite, and it's the same the opposite way. If you've got a defender that you really rate, and then you get switched to midfielder overnight, like without any prior warning, then the value of that player has gone down. It has to, because you're into a more difficult part of the market to midfielders to win PB, and you're not getting that clean sheet points.
Oh, sorry, Frog. I think the principle you're on about is 100% right. No, I agree with you. It is massive. I just mean I actually bought him, guys, because I think I actually overestimated how I thought he would massively dominate on defenders, and I've just done some more analysis afterwards. It was a mistake. I reacted maybe a bit quicker. I don't actually think he will dominate as much. I'm not on about the principle, Frog. You're right, because it's just a fundamental change of the bet. From your point of view, how is that fair and the impact it has? But I mean, him for the future as a defender, I was thinking he could win 5 to 6 PB just from the quick thought process I had looking at these figures. I actually think it won't be as much as we think. The problem on defenders is that bloody game-winning goal for a defender makes such a massive difference.
Yeah, it is. Game-winning goal for defenders is just huge.
Do you not think his base makes up for it? You've seen like he can get bases of around up to 200 at times.
Well, so this is just one quick thing actually on bases. So something that I've spotted, and I think the majority of traders haven't really factored this into their thinking yet, and it's something that people really need to be considerate of, is when you're looking at PB scores, remember that all European games get a 1.5 multiplier.
Yes,
So-
that's right.
1.25.
Yes, yeah.
So it's very easy to get excited about certain players hitting north of 300. But if you look at it and they're in these European games, they've actually only hit like 260 or whatever it is, or 250 maybe. And so you just got to, it's really difficult to disambiguate it in your thinking when you're looking for all these numbers. It's trying to separate out when somebody's hitting these 300 numbers, was it on a Premier League game when it was a one times multiplier, or was it in a European game where actually their score's been artificially inflated for the European game? Because they did that because you had these odd things where, you know, I don't know, Rennes were playing like Lens or like Lorient or some weird French team on the same day, and some arbitrary defender and that was winning it, and everyone was losing their shit because Robertson or Trent wasn't winning that day when he should have blatantly won, because how dare this French team play on a Champions League day.
No, but you're right, and also Europa League is a minefield for looking at average PB for players, because some of the weak teams as well. And if you look at some of the stronger teams, some of their players, it massively impacts and distorts really the figures as well. You know, I'm not saying that's Corrado, but I just think that you're right, Stuart. As a wider conversation, you really have to dig in.
It depends where you're looking, though. Like, I was looking at scores the other day, and I worked out something that, you know how Index Gain, they take the 1.25 multiplier off their scores.
Do they?
However, if you're looking at scores from the previous day, they have to go through it and do it afterwards. So like they basically have to work back through. So I was looking at scores from, I think it was like, say, the 25th and the 24th. Like this was on the 27th, so I think it was, yeah. So the 24th and 25th, they had been adjusted to take away the multiplier, but the 26th was still had the multiplier. And I messaged Bishop on Index Gain, and he said, yeah, you know, it will get taken off, but we have to work through it. So like there is a little bit of confusion there. I was going to ask you, Stuart, or the rest of you guys, like in terms of like the data center or whatever else, like is it on there? Is the multiplier on there? Because I don't use that.
Multiplier is on data center.
See, that's not right. That's tricky. That's wrong in my opinion.
There's nothing to filter it out, basically. Although maybe, you know, that is still technically just out of beta. So I think if somebody did raise it to them as a strong improvement, they might build that in. But well, actually, they probably won't, because it's quite technically complex to do, because you'd have to list out the games to do it on. But I don't think it's massively onerous to do from a tech side of things. But yeah, it's just something that people really need to bear in mind when they're looking at things. And this is why it's so important to try and get data from as many different places and as many different leverages. And that's why I like this top 3, top 5 thing, because that kind of ignores like what the actual scores were. But then again, you always have to be careful with that, because it was the fact that there was only 3 games that day, or only 1 game that day, and they basically guaranteed a top 3 finish because there were only 3 strikers playing that day. You know?
Yeah, exactly. Or who they were playing, or even some of these apps as well. I think that's really good if they take it out, Frog. But some of them look at a year average. Well, look at, you know yourself, Illich is not the same player. And again, I'm talking down my own hole tonight. Jesus Christ, what's wrong with me? He's not the same player as he was 6 months ago. Now, if you look at the average, he still looks pretty good. And I think that's something that I do myself. I try to target the last 6 to 8 games to get a good feel. I think you guys are spot on. Trying to take out the 1.2 is very hard manually, but you get a good feel. And then also, like, I'm a big one for researching ahead. So I'm very bad for looking at who they're going to be playing. And I do target players based on what kind of fixtures they have coming up. Now, that's more of a gambling element, because I do like to put a few bets on fixtures. I think that's underrated as well. You also have to play who they're playing. Like if you're at home against a historically poor team that concede, it doesn't even have to be that your team will win. But if your opposition is going to lose an average 3 goals a game, then obviously your strikers are well positioned. And also as well, another thing as well, guys, is rotation is very key at the moment. I think as the season progresses, and you will, I think, see some of these second string, like a player I like is Poulsen at Red Bull. I think he's very underrated now that Werner has gone to Chelsea. I think he'll get more and more games himself, in Frosberg as well. Again, can't pronounce it correctly, but you kind of get the gist. Those two as well will be playing more rotated in. And I think when they have a good run of fixtures, you will see a lot of FOMO and people jumping on players like that. So I think it's all angles. But I think the multiplier is really important. Very, very important. Look at Arsenal. If you look at their players playing Dundalk and Molde, and I can't remember who else is in that group. I think that Austrian team.
Rapid win.
Yeah, that's right. It's Win. Thank you. They're in that group. You look at their stats for the players that are playing. It's going to be massively distorted when they come up against Chelsea or they come up against an Everton.
Just quickly, somebody's brought up the Pireo nuclear bomb in the chat. So Pireo was an absolute PB machine when he was at, was it Villarreal he used to be at?
Valencia.
Valencia, thank you, yes. But that was because he was on pens. So basically he had that nailed on, 1 or 2 game-winning goals a season. And now where he's moved, Gerard Moreno's on the pens instead. So that's taken that opportunity away from him. So he's a bit more of a risk now than he was. He's still got that high PB baseline. And if you get back a goal, he's got a good bit of potential. But without those pens, he's basically been denied probably about 10 goals a season. So he's much more of a risk now than he was. He used to be one of the ones I loved, but him and Banega were gold mines. But unfortunately, at the moment, a bit more ropey.
Yeah, Valencia sold all their best players, didn't they? It was crazy. They had a mad summer of just getting rid of everyone. It was mental. But yeah, losing the penalties is huge. It really is. I was seeing Divvy in the comments talking about manager changes. What do we think of manager changes?
Can I sorry, can I just jump in quickly before we
carry
move
on,
topic?
mate. Sorry.
But no, it'll be quite quick. So just a point on that you talk about the multiplier. So I would really like some interface changes in terms of the rankings. I think so in terms of the multiplier, I think there should definitely be a some kind of something to point out that these scores have been multiplied, but obviously only for the ones that apply, just so people get context. Because as you say, someone sees a 300 score, it doesn't matter if multipliers are or not, they just get excited. Like it is easy to do. I know I always just go divide by 1.25 quickly just to make sure get a rough idea in my head. But yeah, in terms of interface, I think that'd be huge. Something I really want as well is filters on match day rankings, because I really, really, really hate having to search through all the time trying to track in play what's going on.
It really is. It's like you go on your port and it's like so, especially on the website and stuff. Well, on either of them, it's really annoying. Like the actual search by portfolio on the website doesn't work right now since the update.
I have raised that as well.
Yeah,
so
it's not worked. But like even the filters, like search by team, and then it's just all like why can you not like filter by like by position? Just list them all randomly. Like why can I not just what I mean? It's I think they could be a lot better. I agree with you there.
Yeah, it's the multiplier thing as well. The problem for me is that they kind of announced it once like 9 months ago. And after that, there's not really anywhere that brings it back to people's mind. So if you're a new trader, I'm not even sure if you're made aware of the fact that exists, which is why I like to bring it up on these things, because I always think back to very early doors when I was on the index, when it was literally when I joined the index the first time round, it was there were only 200 players on the index, and you had the squad was you got relegated in the squad, your shares ceased to exist. You got promoted from the squad, you got IPO'd. And there was a guy, Jahanbaksh, who basically had like 3 or 4 PB wins. But he'd won it on basically days where he was literally the only midfielder playing. And then when they started IPOing the actual players and pumping out the thing, there was a load of data pumping around these are the total number of PB wins per player, because that was the main data set that was around back then rather than PB scores. And I had to go everywhere on the forums and Twitter, anyone that could listen to me, go, look, guys, just beware of these PB wins, because a lot of these wins are from when there was only 200 players, and a lot of them were on days where they literally could not lose. I think the record for a PB win for any player is -34, which was a striker where he was literally the only striker playing that day, and he won on a -34 score. And that's the record low point for a top score.
That's great.
which is just,
I thought I'd heard someone had won like a substituted one. If they win,
there's
they
been
get
there's been
the
subs
18.
that
Wasn't
there've
it
been subs that
Bailey
won.
recently? I feel like that was in lockdown. There's like what? Yeah, he was one of the only forwards.
Yeah,
think
because
you're
like,
right,
if you
yeah,
think about it,
yeah.
if your team wins and you've got a forward on the bench and he's got like 18 points for the win, and there's another guy's got like minus 34, it's easy for a sub to win with the 18 win points,
Funny, isn't it?
or even just the minus 15 for losing because he didn't go on and like shit the bed.
So did you want to go back to that? Sorry, yeah, because I cut you off on the managerial thing.
No. Carry on, guys. Like, if you got I just seen that question. No, if you've got other things to say on this, fire away. It's no problem.
No, I don't. I just wanted to get that in before we move to something else. That's all.
Yeah,
I think
no,
managers is massive.
Yeah.
Definitely remember when Mourinho left and there was that massive spike in the United players. That was before obviously Solskjaer came in, but all the rumors. I think that definitely does have an impact if it's a more attacking minded PB friendly manager. I think that but who is a PB friendly manager? That's open to interpretation.
Well, is Jose a PB friendly manager now? Kane's putting in the scores.
Well, that's it. Like,
Interesting point. Yeah,
I thought, like, I'll be honest, I'll hold my hand up. Like, I respect everything Mourinho's done in the game. Like, you can't argue, you can't take away what he's done. But I thought the game was passing him by. I thought he was becoming a bit like a dinosaur. I thought he wasn't looking that he was going to adapt to the new, counter press, gegenpress type, football that was, Mourinho's style, where he won with the big guys and, like with his Chelsea boys and stuff. Those days are gone where he would overpower teams. And I was struggling to see, but then my mate always pulls me up for this, and he's like, Stephen, he's won trophies everywhere. He won trophies at Man United. You're not respecting the guy. So I probably have to hold my hands up and say that I probably was being overcritical of Mourinho. But what he's doing this year at Spurs it's phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal.
With Mourinho, the thing you've always got to watch is, what is it, third or fourth season syndrome, where he sort of comes in. The first season he's getting his feet under the table. The second season is his best season. He usually either wins the league or he goes very close. And then the third season he pisses off all the players, and then they start to drop off. And by the fourth season he's gone. it's just that's generally the Mourinho cycle, unfortunately.
Who was it? I seen who was it? Oh God, who was it? Somebody at Chelsea. Was it somebody at Chelsea? I was reading about it earlier. Basically, like, if Mourinho likes you and wants to play you, he talks to you, and if he's not playing you, he just ignores you. It's like mental. It's like proper cutthroat. Like,
that sounds familiar, but I can't remember who.
Yeah, like,
have you seen the documentary, guys, where he has Danny
I haven't
Rose
actually.
in?
I watched the beginning of it. I should have watched it. Yeah,
I got a couple in, and I don't know why I didn't have the determination to carry on.
It's one of those, you're right, it's hit and miss, but I do think, have a look at the Danny Rose thing. The arrogance of Danny Rose. I saw that. Yeah, it's fantastic.
He was just like,
Mourinho's attitude back as well. It's just fantastic. It's like, I won't use bad language. If you want to F off, just F off. You are Danny Rose, by the way. You're not Messi. To be fair. And it was just Danny Rose coming in with his headphones on, wouldn't even take them off with his little man bag. It was just fantastic.
I quite respect him for it.
Yeah, it's just honestly, but you know something, guys, I think it does have a massive difference. Like, look at Atletico Madrid. Something was really good what you said earlier, Frank. They are changing, but how many fantastic players were in that Atletico Madrid team? That PB was destroyed just by the way they were playing. I'm not on about as a football team.
It's a big one for that.
Yeah, that was a big one for that. So I think it definitely. And going back to the question as well, Pochettino, what would he do? I'm just trying to think. When he was at Spurs, was he very PB friendly? This is where it's really open to interpretation.
Yeah.
To be honest,
it's hard to say, like, because it's going to be different players. It's like I seen Divi asking about like how would Poch affect Bruno? Well, like for me, like you're going to have to build a team around Bruno. Like, I don't care which manager comes in. You build your team around Bruno. Like that's the only thing that's. That's the main thing that's pulling them in. What obviously they're not consistently playing well, but when they play well, it's all through Bruno. So, like, if Poch comes in, he's got to accept. He's got to use that to the best. Obviously he's going to put his own stamp on it and play his own way. But like surely when you've got these players, you just got to play. You've got to build a team around them.
Oh, is that a Casemiro goal? Game-winning goal? Is that gonna put him up there with the match day rankings?
Sorry, I was just pissing myself laughing because of Advinculus's comment in the thing about I bet Mourinho knows how to paint behind his radiator.
I've been laughing at all the paint stuff because I've literally painted 3 rooms in the past like week, 10 days. So yeah, like I feel you, Divvy. Like I'm done painted. I've literally painted so much in the past week. It's just it's tiring.
Everybody's house obsessed since lockdown, isn't it? Things that never bothered you before because you're at home all the time. It's just getting right on your tits, honestly. Like even I hate DIY, but I've done touch up. I'm too lazy to do a proper paint. So certain places look fantastic.
Well, honestly, so this room I'm in right now, this is the loft conversion. Football Index paid for this loft conversion.
Wow. Well, I'm getting mine
nice.
done. So well done. I'm impressed.
So that's two double beds and an extra bathroom. Thanks very much.
I think Casemiro's going to be on 207, which puts him up there, but not quite enough.
Wow. Because he usually has a decent baseline as well. That's interesting, actually.
I think he's 101 before the goal, so he should put him on 207 at least.
God. It's been. Have you noticed? Well, some of the scores guys haven't been as heavy. I'd not saying there's any pattern at all on that, but I'm just saying that I have noticed that some of the winning scores. Remember, one time you'd be seeing a couple of 280s, 270s, 300. Obviously, not without the multiplier, and I'm not noticing those big scores as much since we started the new season. I'm not sure. Is it because a lot of people are saying those subs are having a massive impact? The 5 subs coming on.
I think it's subs. It's also I think that a lot of the players, because fatigue is playing a factor, so they're not firing on as many cylinders. So I think that's a massive factor because if again, I come back to Liverpool fan here. If I look at my team at the moment, we are very off the boil. Like if you can say like half the defense is missing, but if you look at the forward line, how many goals have we scored so far this season? I know we've scored in every single game, but we're tending to score 1 or 2 goals a game, whereas last season it was like 2 or 3 goals a game. So they're not firing on all cylinders at the moment, and I do think that is a big part of fatigue, particularly if you look at like Salah and Mane and Firmino, how many goals they're getting this season versus how many goals they were getting last season. Pretty much all of the top strikers, if you exclude, say, Son and Kane, are kind of a bit off the boil at the moment. And I think it is just, too much football. They need some rest because, and that's where we're getting all these muscle injuries as well. It's just such an intense fixture list, particularly with the internationals for the top end players.
Did you see that? Did you see Klopp today?
Yes,
was so good.
That was brutal, wasn't it? Did you see what he said about Chris Wilder and Sheffield United?
That was hilarious. I didn't understand what he meant, but when I realized, oh my God.
Absolutely brilliant. So obviously the Premier League voted against the 5 subs because, especially by the smaller teams or, the lower teams, because they felt that obviously the bigger teams would have an advantage with deeper squads. And then Klopp comes out today and goes, well, Chris Wilder voted against it, and yeah, they've got 1 point. It's like you can't argue with it, can you?
Yeah, I would just not speak if I was Chris Wilder. Just let it go.
Did you see Klopp's tirade against BT Sport?
Yeah.
Like, you guys don't care, so I don't expect you to do anything about this. It was bloody brilliant. It's like both barrels.
He's really on fire, isn't he? He even made Roy Keane go quiet for the season already. Which is, to be fair, that's the balls in the man, honestly. But yeah, but again, it's a bit like you said as well there, Stuart. It's been a weird all season as well, guys. Look at City today now as well. Going back to talking to football, looked very, very impressive. I know the opposition, but then next week gone again. There's a lot of inconsistency. Although obviously we're saying Spurs seem to be fairly motoring along, but look at Leicester, up and down, some great ones, then next week collapsing again. It's very odd. I'm not sure will it change, I think, lads, when we get spectators. Is it 2,000 back into the stadium soon, or did I misread that?
Yeah, it's coming soon.
2 to 4,000, depending on what lockdown region you're in, and God knows what else.
Right. Even that lockdown regions are absolute nonsense. But I don't know. I think it's just going to be part of it, and I think it's all to do with what Klopp's saying. And like, if you're playing 3 games a week, there's going to be more injuries. There's going to be a drop off of form. There's going to be more rotation. And more rotation is going to cause more inconsistency in terms of performance. So the schedule is nuts. It's from us guys, purely selfish that wants to trade players and PB. It's great, but from
is it though? Because
maybe not actually. Maybe not. Yeah, maybe I'm just getting greedy because I want as much football as possible. Maybe it's not.
From that side of things, I absolutely agree. Like 9 games, I'm like, yeah, brilliant. But I'm really worried about this injury thing. I think we're going to see so many injuries this season. It's really going to damage the prospects. And we are basically a Sancho and a Mbappe injury away from, another Black Sunday effectively, because that's the thing that always worries me is any of those premiums that pick up, a year out injury, like a Van Dijk level injury. What is that going to do to the market? Because
why does that have to ruin the whole market? Can it not just ruin this?
Because it's going to turn toxic. Basically, at the end of the day, I absolutely agree with you. Why should it ruin the whole market? But it's back to people will just basically, fire burn it across the whole thing because there's going to be people with a lot more people with holds in it and a lot more people with big holds in those players.
You want to chuck Billy Hill from the thing?
Yeah, get it banned that guy.
Do you want to get Billy Hill banned, please? Sorry.
What's going on? Sorry. Oh, right. Yeah. Okay. Remove. Goodbye, Billy Hill.
Well done, Billy. I mean, Jesus Christ, that takes a lot of intelligence and energy, honestly.
Hang on. Apparently I haven't done sufficient job. But
what is wrong with these people? Like,
hide user on this channel. That's the button I need, isn't it? There we go.
Don't look at Jesus. But I tell you what, like guys, you're spot on as well. I think you're right, Stuart, and Frog as usual, spot on. It shouldn't make any difference, but you know what's going to happen. I'm down 30% on Football Index, 40% in my 4-4. It's a con, it's a scam. When I signed up, I thought my friend said I'd be making 100% a year, and it shouldn't make any difference, but it will. But I think it's going to be interesting on injuries in general, guys. I think there's ways to profit in that as well. I think the entire squad, if you know your football, and you'll be rewarded for it. Who's going to rotate in? Like, I'll give you an example. Schule for Bayern Munich, who I like a lot. I think he's very cheap. It came in for Hernandez, I think, that got injured again. It didn't look very serious, but that's a second injury. He's becoming a glass man, as Frog would call them. That I can see his price spiking up quite quickly because he's got a decent baseline. So there is opportunities, but I do agree, guys, if there's 3 or 4 of those and then suddenly the whinging and complaining starts, that toxicity will just kick back in again. And that's the one thing we need to understand. As quickly as we can bounce back, you can always go the other way as well.
And that's the thing. So I was just going to quickly share. So this is something I created post Black Sunday to explain exactly what happened. So trigger event was basically a Neymar injury when Black Sunday happened. So there was a Neymar injury. People withdraw their higher bids, people in lower bids, people sell, sometimes with the intention of repurchasing at the bottom. So people will instant sell with the idea of getting back in at a certain point because they think they're going to, profit from this. So all of that drives down a single player. This then cascades into the market because people then sell other players to release capital to go, oh, right, Neymar's just plummeted. I'm going to get some Neymar at this low point. So they then cascade by instant selling loads of their other players and withdrawing other bids to insert bids. So then that drops those players' prices, which then causes other traders that aren't aware of the Neymar index to see their prices suddenly take a plummet. And that's the point where panic kicks in and we just all watch the entire thing spiral down in a horrible death spiral of fire and flame and hopelessness. And then we get back to recovery and everything's fine again the next week. And it's just, we need to be acutely aware of those things that can happen by one significant player's injury. And it's all very well, good and easy for me to sit here and say, look, just hold through it, hold the line, bear with it. It will come back. But, it's so difficult to do that when you're looking at your portfolio and your portfolio is suddenly lighting up with red. Shit, I need to do something about this. I need to react to this. And again, it's back to that electrocution monkey or electrocution individual. Would you rather sit there still and do nothing, or would you rather shock yourself? It's just, you feel like you've got to do something.
I just question it though. I can't help like maybe I'm just naive, but I just like the whole context of Black Sunday was based on, the whole a broken system that was, that created fear, and then obviously the Neymar thing, created a complete and utter shitstorm that, that just totally everything fell apart. But like, I get what you're pointing. Who am I to argue with a pretty diagram like that? But like there's obviously logic, and there's obviously logic behind it, and evidence behind it, and I'm not disputing it. I just question that, like, I just don't understand how one player's injury can like just totally crash a market. I just like maybe I'm just being naive. I'm sorry.
It just entirely depends on who that player is.
Yeah.
So that's the main thing. Now Hammer makes a very good point in the chat. This time there are the circuit breakers. So if there had been circuit breakers on Black Sunday, that would have made a massive difference, because it would have blocked the bigger part of the Neymar drop, and it would then stop the cascade. Because basically, if you kill it on that one player, it doesn't then cascade through the market. Yeah. It's if that player is allowed to run and run and run, that then it migrates through the entire market.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
But even if you look at another platform, the Footy, you mentioned earlier, Stuart, that you did well in your BA shares. The BA company is the same it was the day after the vaccine, the day before the vaccine news, and the day after. Fundamentally, nothing's changed. But that one event, and I know that's a massive event, and it's not even been clarified, just boosted the price up by 20-30%. That's why I've sold some of the value shares I had, because fundamentally, it's just hubris is just kicked in, and everyone's like, I'm going to miss out. Yeah. And it's the same principle in the reverse. Jesus, Neymar's gone down. Now it's spread to Sancho. God, it's spread to Neymar. I'm going to get out, and then I'll buy it being cheaper, and I'll be bragging all over Twitter about how great I am because I sold him at £6 and I bought it in at £4. And it's also what you mentioned before. I think it's really important is people underbidding each other by 10 pence when they don't need to, because they're just panicking. Logically, they would look at the depth and go, a penny or two and I'll get rid of them. No, I better do 10, 15p because, it's a mass panic. The next person does 10, 15. And before you know it, it just spreads. And you're right, Frog, it doesn't make logical sense because we know it'll rebound. But how many times has it happened? And that's the one thing that people, I hope this is really good. We've had all these crashes that people suddenly going, yeah, like, because the reason that I stayed calm and I actually bought a lot during the dip is not because I'm massively intelligent, because I've lived through 6 of these crashes, and for 3 of them, I panicked. I sold Neymar for £2 and I bought him back for £3. That's not good trading. So I just learned the hard way. And I don't think psychology will change massively. I just hope the circuit breakers is massive. I think that's one of the most underrated things that they've done, and it did seem to work.
Well, the thing that enraged me about the whole situation is, I've been there through the Neymar injury crashes pre-order books. So there was one in 2018 where Neymar picked up an injury, and Christ, people could not hit that instant sell button fast enough back when FI were holding up the market. His price plummeted, absolutely plummeted, and then they locked the market. Now, my biggest problem about the first Black Sunday was basically that historically, when FI had been plugging and holding up the market, the circuit breakers kicked in remarkably quickly when they were footing the bill. And the thing that I really took umbrage with the Black Sunday was the fact that they took all the circuit breakers away when it went to order books. And all of that didn't need to happen if they'd have just kept the exact same circuit breaker principle that they had when they were the liquidity provider. And that was the thing that was just so unnecessarily dickish that damaged the market, damaged their reputation so badly, where it was just naivety and pure bloody mindedness on their part. And that's why the circuit breakers coming back in is such a good, sensible option, because it makes such a difference on blocking those cascades and those general collapses across the market. And the thing that concerns me about all of that is that, again, I'm going to go back to another psychology experiment just to enlighten all of you. There is a very well-known psychology experiment around 2 chimpanzees. 2 chimpanzees sitting in chairs, they get an electric shock every 30 seconds. One of these chimpanzees is given a button, which basically, if they push the button every exactly 30 seconds, they don't get an electric shock. So they have an illusion of control over their situation, because there's no way a chimpanzee is going to work out exactly when to click that button. What actually happens in that scenario is the chimpanzee with the button dies of shock. He dies of stress. Sorry, it develops stomach ulcers and he kills it because it has an illusion of control. The one that accepts that he has no control over the situation goes away fine, happy, and goes back to being a happy chimpanzee in a zoo. But the one with the illusion of control with the button dies from stress, and that's what I'm concerned about the index traders is that we're all going to die of stress because we've got.
How long do they put these poor chimpanzees?
Yeah,
like stomach ulcers. Stomach ulcers don't happen overnight.
It's over 10 years, slowly.
Just sat there in a room pressing a button for 10 years.
All I can tell you is this is why psychology now has a whole field called ethics, and just is what they're allowed to do.
It's just two lads in a shed with two monkeys.
So is that what this is? Is that what Football Index is? We're like the new way of experimenting, is it?
Yeah, we're just a new psychology experiment, basically. Somebody hasn't filled out an ethics form, and we're just the monkeys.
I can tell you something. Anyone in the community that is doing psychology at university or doing a thesis or whatever, FI would be a pretty good study. I don't know in which context, but there's a lot of choices. There's a lot of choice out there.
It's why I love Football Index as a market, like especially now with all the books, the volatility. It's because I don't think there's anything like it quite, where you have a player where they can be the absolute worst player in the world, and then next week they're the greatest player in the world, and that I absolutely love.
Is that not just football fans though?
Yeah, exactly. But what can you trade on that's like that?
Yeah, I know that's true. Yeah, that's why it's mental, isn't it? Like it is. Actually, that's a really good point. You've set me up perfectly for what I was going to say. The PB winners today. So Riyad Mahrez taking top forward. Top midfielder Ilyas Sakiri from Cologne. The funny thing about it is that like I have a friend of mine who bought him and was just in love with him, and I kept looking at the stats, and it's that whole. I think it's been said in the index a few times is the water carriers. So these guys in the middle of the park that like they pass a lot, but they're never going to get forward. So then they never get forward. So the goal outputs are going to be really low. And a few weeks ago, he made the decision with his port value, with what his goals were at the beginning. He basically decided he could get out, but still leave a little bit in. But he hit his target, even though with the drops, it suited him for what he wanted. So it was good for him. So he took a lot of money out. And then he's been sitting on this Sakiri for a long time, and then he's gone and won top mid today.
He's going to be milking that.
Oh no, he won't be. He doesn't have him anymore.
Oh, he didn't even leave the little bit in. Oh God,
no, yeah, he left a little bit in index, but he didn't leave anything in.
Oh, he didn't leave that. Oh Jesus, he's going to be distraught.
Yeah, he's not happy. He's not happy. So yeah, that's the point though. It's like it's like Don said it a million times with 1,000 players. Every dog has its day and all that. And like obviously. Not everyone, but we've seen it today. Like John Stones won top defender. I thought John Stones was going to be playing non-league football a few weeks ago.
These low scores, crazy.
It's amazing how the curse of the gambler can hit, because like I've got Bet365 account and I like to have a little tibble on things, and literally, well, no, it wasn't even a Bet365 actually. It was Football Index. So. The other day, when was it? Chelsea playing in the the Champions League, and it got to like the 84th minute, and I was like, I'm getting me some Edouard Mendy. That guy's a clean sheet machine. He's going to get a clean sheet today. He's going to get clean sheets this season. He's an absolute machine. 84 and a half minutes in, he concedes his first goal. It's just like, fucking brilliant. So I've just brought into Mendy right when he's conceded a goal. And then the other day I was literally had Liverpool to lose to Atalanta -1 because I looked at our lineup going into that game and I was like, yeah, this is definitely happening. Luckily I had 2 lots of 2 bets of like £2 on like 15 to 1. And one of those I cashed out, and literally a minute later they score their first goal. I was like, oh, for fuck's sake. Two times in a row, minute later after my making a decision, it suddenly goes the other way.
Cash out's the biggest con ever. It really is. The bookies win when you lose, and now they win when you win. The only time I ever use cash out, if it's in the, I generally don't fall into the cash out because I'm generally a goals better, so I'm like both teams to score are over 2.5. So you're always waiting on something to happen, so you're never really in a winning position. So cash out doesn't. So that kind of helps me for not doing cash out. But when I'm in a winning position, say on a win accumulator or whatever it may be, like the only time I feel that cash out is applicable is when you're in the last 10 minutes and you say you're getting offered 80-90% of the total returns of the bet. But I've got a mate of mine that like he'll put a bet on for a fiver, and then it'll be 20 minutes into the game and he'll be getting £6 and he's cashing out. It's profit. I'm like, I can't argue with that, but like, Jesus, that's just a fucking boring way to bet.
You know what? So you brought up cash out, and I think there is a similar situation in Football Index, and I had it today, which is it's such a tough call for me. So I owned Mahrez. I bought him not just a bit before the crash. I think it's about £1.50 ish, so not the best price, but I think it's okay. It was at the time compared to the rest of the market. And so at 4 p.m. I was thinking, okay, am I going to sell this guy? He's risen like 70 pence from £1.20 ish. I think it was. He's around 190. And there's me thinking, I think 70 pence. Yeah, that's a good, like, that increase in the day. He's not gonna get that again, really. So I'll sell here, potentially buy back in later. But then I was just like, I really don't know, because if he does hang on, which he did, he could go up further, and it's such a tough call to make.
Sorry, carry on.
I was just gonna say, yeah. So I don't know if does that pose a question about the deadline, if it should be there. I'm not sure.
The deadlines are it's an interesting topic altogether. But I'll just give you another example from a couple of days ago. Andy Delort from Montpellier. I'm a big Delort fan. But given the state of what I was looking at my port and trying to like rejig my port to tackle the new system and order books and how things are, like when he started doing well in the first half, scored twice in the first half, and I was like, and he got to a price that I seen as a good exit point, and I was like, okay, like this is a time to sell, so I can get that money out and then go into a different player, because as much as I love Andy Delort, I there's obviously what I would call better buys in this new system, which doesn't have obviously the instant sell, etc. But then he went Starman, and I sat there sweating the rest of the day. He ended up losing Starman and just getting top forward. But like, Jesus Christ, I'm sitting there like, I love this guy. Like I felt guilty for selling him.
see that was I was saying earlier. It's so hard on that. What I try to do now is have exit points, so I take that away. So like with Delort, if he doubles in value, I think, when will I get another chance for him to double in value? And look at guys, you know the pattern. The day after, he's just going to dive again. He shouldn't, because he's such a quality player. He is fantastic. Montpellier are very exciting with Teja there as well, and Mullet at the back, and you got Laborde as well. They're a fantastic team. Not great at the back, but going forward, he should be 80p. I never understand the logic why he suddenly drops the day after when he's performed so brilliantly. But I think sometimes it helps to have that exit point now with order books to go, you know what, if I can get 30p if I sell them for 60p and I bought them for 30, you can't really argue with that. It's doubling your money, and then take your chances on the rebid and still own them.
Yeah, I think that's right. Like Divy's in the comments talking about valuations, and fundamentally, like, one performance shouldn't fundamentally change how you value a player. It doesn't. That's not the context. Like for me, in terms of Delort, it's like in terms of how am I best to operate within this new system. Because for me, ever since I've been on the index, it's always been about finding undervalued players that can win PB. That's basically the essence, So that's me thinking now because I know what an order book is. I can work in an order book. There's no problem. Like, however, in terms of what's the best strategy on a particular day, in terms of should I just keep should I just keep carrying on holding these players because I believe in them long term, or is it a more profitable to be selling at some point and buying in back in cheaper? I need to learn all that shit.
Well, this is the problem as well, is that the index doesn't work on what you would feel is, or what certain traders, I should say, such as myself and yourself, think is a logical pattern. Because, I point back to the Son at the end of the 5 times IPD window where he bagged 4 goals and he won PB that day. He almost won MB as well. But he picked up a whole stack of dividends, like something like 60p or 70p of dividends in one day. When you looked at his price, it was like £2.30 or something. You're like, well, he's just picked up 60p of dividends. You might as well hold him for another 2 years now, because he's certainly got a bit of form about him. He's going to win probably another PB at some point, and he'll get you some more IPDs between now and then. And he might even win team of the month or get into the team of the month team. So there was so much money on the table. I couldn't understand why people were trading out of it, but you still knew that the midnight sell-off was going to happen, because that's just like, it's like the culture of Football Index now, of kind of, no matter what money they're going to make or what logic sits behind there, some git is going to sell off at midnight, and that's going to drive a whole cascade of midnight sell-offs. It's kind of why I like this this trader lockdown overnight, because I do think that probably goes a little bit towards offsetting that, but apparently
it's not
enough.
as dramatic. You're right,
Yeah.
Sid. It's definitely not as dramatic.
It's crap for guys that suffer with insomnia like me that want to be working through the middle of the night.
I love it too.
I went to buy a player the other day, and I went to market buy a player, and I clicked on it, and then it wouldn't let me, and I looked, and it was bang on 11 o'clock, and I was fucking raging.
I kind of like. I like to wake up to a surprise, or yeah, like a random wake up in the middle of the night, see what's going on.
Yeah, no, I think I don't. Do you guys think it's going to stay? Do you think it's something that needs to be in place long term?
I mean, something for the likes of me who look at my face. I am a tired middle-aged man who has a child. I like being able to go to sleep and not have to worry about waking up at like 2 a.m. to check what the hell's happened to this trade.
But conversely, there's people that work different shifts and have different lives.
Yeah. That's true. That's a very good point as well. And I know that's a fellow I know who lives in Canada, and he's on the index, and it's just totally throws him completely. And I think, like you guys, I think you said as well there, Jack, it's great as well to wake up and see what's happened, and it's like, can you react quicker? I don't see why they would need to keep this in place. Do you guys think there's any necessity to do it?
That's a very good point, actually, because that's kind of like a massive dick move to this whole international markets and opening the index to other nations and other traders, sort of thing. Because like New Zealand's obviously in this market, so what the fuck does this shutdown do to New Zealand? Basically, it's like you can only trade when you're meant to be sleeping, or fuck you, like we don't want your business anyway. It's just that side of it I hadn't even considered, is that you've got like obviously so many different countries that are now in the index, and I know the UK makes up the vast majority of that market, but if you're going to open in those other countries, you kind of have to say, do you know what, we're going to be trading in your actual waking hours and not locking the whole thing down just because the UK operating times is the one we're going to prioritize.
Yeah, and if it is because they're worried someone's going to manipulate the market overnight, well, I think it's a silly reason to do it. They should have things 100%. Built in anyways. What's to stop people during the day? I don't really see the major point behind it. And I think, like you guys, I hadn't thought from your point of view. You're right. If you're up and you want to have a look at stuff as well, what harm? It would also increase volume. Let's be perfectly honest, because there's bound to be some impact on people that do like to trade later on. So that's obviously having an impact on commissions and different things. I just think it's something that it was a knee-jerk reaction to what happened on Black Sunday, was it not really? Because then they even changed the times. Like, I'm not sure why the times are changing all around the place. It was midnight at one stage. Now it has to go back to 11. Again, no logic behind it, no transparency.
Surely circuit breakers are like the protective measure, though.
That's what I was thinking.
They did mention it in combination. They said, I'm pretty sure when they first announced circuit breakers, they said we'll be seeing how it works with sessions, and we maybe open it, something on those lines. We maybe open it up.
Is that what
but they may have gone back on that though, potentially. I can't remember exactly, but they definitely mentioned them together.
See, this is the interesting thing as well. How many of these announcements that I don't get emails anymore for whatever reason, so I never get emails off them. But it's either I hear it secondhand or I go into that bloody news thing and have to flip the tiles, and I get distracted because I see if there's gold days, and then I forgot to look at the news. It's just that's another thing as well as the communication. It's because, again, it's not going back in a negative thing, but it's just like these little things that they can really improve on. I think keeping it open all night would be just another improvement that they could make. It also gives a bit of confidence back in the market, like you said, Frog. Circuit breakers are here; they work fantastically. It's just another little confidence boost. The other point is, it's awful that we have to put this in place in case our portfolio collapses overnight. It's not fantastic either for
it
the long
screams
term.
of being scared, right? It's the first thing that I thought. We don't have confidence that the prices will maintain overnight. We were scared that something bad's gonna happen and everything's gonna go out of control. That's the first thing that came to my mind.
Divy's saying in the comments that if they had circuit breakers that we trusted, you wouldn't need it. Basically, them saying you can't trust us to look after things while you're asleep. Well, this is the whole thing, and this is the whole debate about circuit breakers I saw last week. And folk were going on. Was on one of the. I don't know if it was us guys. I don't know if it was us Noir or if it was John, or I can't remember. There's been too many. But talking about circuit breakers as being manual, but I just thought circuit breakers being individual to the player, in terms of the percentages or the amount of that it takes for that to trigger that circuit breaker. But I always just assumed the whole point of a circuit breaker was that it was automatic. So they'd have I thought the whole point was that they didn't have someone 24/7 following every price, blah blah blah. I believe they should have someone monitoring the market 24/7. That I think in a market that they want to be, then they definitely should have that. But I don't get it. I don't get if these circuit breakers is Divvy right? Are they just not effective enough yet to?
To me, the circuit breakers should be just an automated thing that happens at a certain percentage change or a certain price point, and so that should just be automated technology. It shouldn't be monitored by anyone. If you're going to have someone, the problem is I think they've only got 50, 60 employees. So that's very difficult to have 24/7 monitoring if you've only got 50 or 60 people.
I think it's 100, but still, yeah. But yeah.
Because that you've got to have at least a few people sitting there watching it and wraparound care. And then not only that, but you've also got to give them quite a large amount of autonomy where they're actually able to do something to affect the market, because there's nothing worse than them just sitting there watching the whole world catch on fire, and all they can do is write a report about it to share at the 9 a.m. shareholders meeting. Yes, the entire market collapsed about 3 a.m. last night, and I would love to have done something about it, but my maximum authority is to take notes.
Surely that's just all comes down to the same thing, though. Second fastest growing tech company, etc. These are things that need to be sorted. I don't buy the whole they've only got so many employees. If they want to get to where they want to get to, then these sort of things need to be in place. These measures, these protections, whatever it is, they need to. I know they're still building this thing. I'm not shouting at them like we have done over lots of stuff. It just needs to be sorted out in terms of they need to find. I don't know what the answer is, but I expect them to, for being the people that are building this platform, that they will be able to work out how it works, that allows us to be able to trade whenever we want to trade, but have the protections that we need to have.
Well, exactly, and it's that question of, are they willing to buy in the knowledge that they don't have, or have they got a certain degree of arrogance that their product is kind of like the Titanic and it's unsinkable, and they've made their position so clear now that they have nothing to worry about. Somebody has just donated to the stream. Thank you, you beautiful bastard, whoever you are. God bless you, sunshine.
Can I do a John and go there's 28 people watching and there's only 12 likes? Yeah, bunch of scumbags.
To be honest, I don't care about the likes. The likes do nothing for me.
I know. I just wanted to do a John Nellis.
I have no advertising revenue whatsoever.
Lads,
Any of that bollocks.
lads, I might have to head off in a bit. There's one thing I'd really love your opinion because I value it. Do you think that Football Index put any liquidity, and I don't want to use it to make it boring, into the market when we had that rise, or do we think it was just all of us chipping in and it got to a bottom? Because I think just for me, it's something I don't know the answer to it. I personally don't think they did put any money in. And how, to end on a positive from me being on the live, and thanks for having me on, is how great would it be if they still have that in their back pocket to push back into the market? So personally, I think they didn't. I think it just got to a stage where the prices were too low, and it's like you said, the reverse thing, Stuart, about Neymar getting injured. Let's say it was, God, he started to rise. I'm frightened I'll miss out. I'll jump on him, and then I've missed Neymar. I'll jump on the next one, which would be Mbappe or Sancho, as an example. That'd be my own opinion. I really value all you lads, all three of you. What you think?
Personally, I don't think it was Football Index stepping in as a liquidity provider. I think it was literally the market hit a certain point. There was a lot of traders waiting for that 9 times IPD window to open up. And then I think some of the bigger traders put a good wedge in, and that drove things up. And then from there, the liquidity switch kind of flipped, because everything I've always said about the negative feedback loop that we're in, it's very easy to drive that the opposite way. So 2 seconds, I'll just bring up the good old.
Can I just jump in while you're looking for it?
You absolutely crack on while
I just want to give you a wee summary of the comments, like, because I have thought about this, but I haven't like been decisive one way. But I would probably fall on your side of saying that it wasn't FI. However, guys in the comments, Divi, is it Tom? No, Tom. Display. Basically saying that sorry, Greg said that FI bought the bottom. Display said they bought the bottom. So the guys in the comments seem to think that FI did play some part in it. Like I'm not sure. Like I've thought all week that they didn't, but like I seem to be in the minority based on what we're looking at here.
So personally, I think it was basically this machine flipping in reverse.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
So basically, what we had was massive reduced market confidence, and that led to a lack of liquidity. Now, if we have any signs of any kind of liquidity, this starts to flip in reverse, and then it starts to create market confidence, which creates more liquidity, which creates more market confidence. And then you get this wonderful positive feedback loop. And that's what I think triggered, basically. I don't think that was Football Index kicking in. I think it was basically we had a sudden appearance of liquidity, which drove an increase in market confidence. And let's face it, it was as low as it was going to get. So
exactly.
any increase in market confidence was going to lead to increased investment.
Well, in this room, that seems to be the minority opinion.
So for me, I definitely agree with the chat, because I think looking at it, I will say when I saw those prices on Saturday morning, I was like, I need to deposit right now. These aren't going to get any lower anytime soon. But I think we saw people bidding on them at the low points. I think we saw a bit of dodgy, bring the price down, get the bids in, bring the price back up as well. But we definitely saw some walls from FI being bought that was just solid. On round, I think what I saw was Sancho £4. There was a big stack on £4 saying we're not going to let this go underneath. And
but
then
did the circuit breaker not come in at £4? Because I'm not bought him. When I tried to buy him at £4, it said circuit breaker with a card or something like a card to say can't buy. I can't remember. That was just me on that day because I was buying up on the Saturday around those prices. That's what I saw. I could have been wrong, but
it was the quantities for me. We saw a few quantities, a big amount. So maybe the circuit breaker even itself, there might have been the moment that FI used to say, okay, we're going to chuck these bids in now at this point. That's going to be the bottom. We can build up from there potentially. But I can't, the way it was done, I can't say it was traders just because it didn't look natural.
Okay,
for me, hang on. I just have to pause everything. So a massive shout out to Simon Hegarty, who's just donated 20 quid. Thank you, Simon. We have now paid the costs for the stream. That's 30 quid from Simon, guys. So he's paid 10 quid and 20 quid.
Legend.
So this guy's a fucking legend who has funded the software cost for this. And also shout out to Tom Fairfield, who's paid £3. So, thank you guys. Don't pay me any more this month. Save it for next month. Next month, we're going to have a few more quid to pay the software licenses. So we will run into December.
You're not allowed to roll it over.
December.
Or
I can roll it over, of course. But
and the charity as well.
Yeah, exactly. There is hashtag Div for Kids that gets any surplus in any month. So if you want to donate to Div for Kids, then donate. If you want to just like save it up for this month and pay next month to fund the stream, then just do that basically. If you click on my little picture in the corner, you get the banner. There's a little PayPal link there which lets you donate, Tom. But yeah, for me, it was absolutely so. Basically, it was a combination of a perfect storm in a positive way, in the sense that basically we hit a market low. We had the 9 times IPDs there. So all of those things building into one big perfect storm led to market liquidity stepping in. And that then cascaded through. I mean, take myself. So I put in like 1,500, £2,000 in the last 2 weeks or 3 weeks. And this is money that I had no intention of putting in the index.
Yeah.
And then the liquidity situation squared itself off. And I knew that there was the 9-time IPDs, and I was kind of like really desperate to get in on those 9-time IPDs. Mm-hmm. So that made me put in cash that I wouldn't have originally if it wasn't for the fact that the market stabilized itself. So that's why I think, yes, Advinculus, I did find it behind the radiator on the back of the sofa. The worst thing is my bastard accountant sent me the accountancy bill and the tax bill for my property portfolio literally 36 hours later with a 7-day invoice notice on it. So I was like, you git. It's just
typical accountants.
Well, particularly worse because it ends on the 30th of November and the next set of rents comes in on the 1st of December. So I was like, you fucker, I'm going to have to take some money back out of the index to pay that and then put it back in. It's just like sod's law right there. But that's back to the whole diversify your portfolios, gentlemen. It's good to have investments across the board. You're one joke.
Do you know, I put 10 in, not 10 quid, 10,000, because I got to that stage where like Kimmage, it's a bit like Frog said, rarely own any of those premiums. I just think there's better value. But at £4.18 as an average, I can't. Just my own logic was it got to that stage where it just was too low and the value was too good for people that ran the analysis. And then I'm not saying it was a massive amount of money put in. I think it just cascaded where people thought, Jesus, this is the bottom, that people just wanted to grab it quickly.
Definitely.
Could totally be wrong as well. If it is FI as well, I'd love them just to come out and say it as well, actually, because it's like, you know what, guys, we listened to what you said. We had to do something and we actually reacted and it worked to fill confidence.
Should they say, should they just not be secretive and just help it along?
I think so, Frog. I agree.
Yeah.
They should, because would it not give you confidence to go, well, do you know what? The last time we hit a bad spot, they did this and then it bounced. I don't know. I'd love someone to know what the bounce back, but I'd say it's probably 10 to 15% at least across the market. It'd give us a bit more confidence if another dip happens, that they can actually, dip back in again. So I agree with you, Frog. I think it'd be great if it was them just to come out and say it, or even say, we didn't even put that much in, guys. This is how little liquidity it needs in the market to get that sentiment going again.
On that,
sorry, carry on, Jack.
Yeah. So I think I was gonna say, so there was I took some screenshots of it on Index Gain and posted them on there, but it's on a thread, and I have a feeling that it's probably gone now because it's so long ago. But I will check for that. And okay, so I lost my other point. You carry on. I'll think of that when I get back to it.
No, it's really interesting because it's a very good point. Like, what would that, as you say, Stu, about the that loop, that negativity loop flipping, was that possible? Like, did the nine game IPDs or the basement prices, did all these things come together to then cause people just to go, okay, actually we need to spend money now? Or did FI choose that time, knowing that all those prices were hitting to that point? These nine, it is interesting. It is fascinating to know if, like, because obviously there's a definite split here between people who think that FI did do something and people who think that they didn't. So, like, there's a lot of different thoughts going on regarding this, and it is fascinating. Like, I don't, I'd love to know, but then at the end of the day, do we need to know?
I think I feel very strongly we definitely need to know, because two of the big issues were, where does the liquidity come from, and will FI go bust? I hope the myth of FI going bust, they're in the most strongest financial position they've been for quite some time. So I hope that's gone. And definitely it's important, Frank, because the whole issue was, where's liquidity coming from? Also, what impact? I'm not saying we're back to the peaks we were, but let's say money was put in, let's say last Saturday, it definitely has worked. It definitely has stabilized the market. And for me, who wants to invest more, it would give me more confidence. Things, you know what, they've taken an action, that action works, and it can be replicated. The issue for me is, how much did they put in? If they're putting in loads, maybe that's why they don't want to say anything, because then it'll have the reverse effect. But if I don't personally think if FI did, it didn't take a lot of money, because I saw how quickly that sentiment changed, even on the timeline.
The flip side of that would be, if they didn't put in and it rebounded anyway, that shows a lot of strength.
Fantastic. And that's why, even just a clarification on that, for me, it's just a massive positive all around. I'm just thinking it would be good to know, because I actually think it's even more impressive if it wasn't FI that put that money in. For me, that gives even more confidence that we managed to do this ourselves. They took the stabilizers off. They said it's an open market. We had a dip. We reacted. Maybe some people left that it's not for them, and maybe it has bottomed out and we found a true bottom. I think there's massive positives to be taken from, but again, it's about transparency. I just would like to know, I think somewhere you said about, they want to get tech right for like really serious investors. That's something as well. Just to understand it, we should take it as a massive positive, and it's a selling point. We corrected the market ourselves as traders. We were mature enough to do that, and we worked together to make that happen.
So something I'm just looking at. So I'm looking at the 24-hour metrics. So I should probably actually share my screen so that everyone can see them. So I think this is something that we should all keep an eye on, because to me, it's telling a story. So for me, there's active traders of 4,721 in the last 24 hours. 1 million shares matched on bids. 1.3 million of value. Now that to me says that people are looking at the sort of the mid to lower end of the market.
Yeah,
because
very good point.
The other day that was like up at 4 or 5 million, and it was only a similar number of traders, and I think a similar number of shares matched. So that means that there's money moving to more the sort of the mid to lower end of the market rather than the peak end, or at least in the last 24 hours. So I think it's going to be really interesting to monitor these stats and see how they change over a 24-hour period. Is it the premium buys that people are investing in, or is it the sort of mid to lower market? Because that's going to give you a really good trend around to where people are putting their money, because they've got to provide that every single evening. So something worth watching. Oh Christ, Divi's moving over for the boxing. Isn't it fucking Mike Tyson fighting some dead pony?
The fake fight.
It's Dubois. It's Dubois' fight.
Right.
I have to head off as well, unrelated to boxing issues. Maybe I'll get a box.
Versus Joyce.
Lads, I just want to say thank you so much for having me on again as well. Hopefully just, some bits and pieces I chipped in there as well. And I just wanted to leave on that thing, because I do agree, Frog. Either way, it's a positive, but I actually would rather it was us that did it, because we've done it once, we can do it again. It's a massive positive that we managed to get that market to bottom out and recover. And it should give massive confidence to all of us. It's just, again, this Chinese whispers and rumors, and none of us really know. And I could be totally wrong. FI could have come in and spent all that they have on it. And obviously they'll keep them quiet. But again, it'd be good to know, just for that confidence and uncertainty to disappear in the market. But isn't it great that we've had a positive week, and we actually managed to talk about a bit of football as well?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's always
good. So on that point, actually, I remembered what I was going to say. So yeah, as I said, I think we saw that big wall come up from FI, and I think this is a good point. They didn't spend that much money because the wall came up. That's when people realized, oh no, it can't go down anymore. We're not going to break that wall. So that wall did not like, nobody sold to that. So they didn't actually spend any money there because it only went up from that point. So,
like Game of Thrones, that, Jag.
yeah.
No, you're right, Jag. I think you're spot on. I think maybe they did a little bit of something, but it's not what I would say was significant. And I think we should take a pat on our back.
Significant.
Hmm?
It definitely wasn't significant. It was. I think I saw like, was it £15,000 on Sancho, and it obviously they didn't even eat into that money. So I don't think that's probably nothing for them.
So that's massive for me. I think what Frog said isn't it fantastic? That might be the true bottom that we've reached. And again, guys, I'm not saying we're going to hit the figures we hit before. I think it's a long way off that.
But I think that's a very different story. Yeah,
it's a different story.
Bottom.
Yeah. But we're definitely progressing, and the way that you guys are educating people in Frogs and about PB as well. Obviously, dividends are even more important, and I think there's still plenty of money to be made in the index. I think it's just harder. You have to hustle a lot more as well. But the one thing I would take away is have your exit points, guys. What you're happy with making a profit on. And then that makes, I'm just saying for me, it makes things a lot easier. Even for you as well, Frog, if you've PB and you're saying, I want to hold them forever, but you might say if it doubled in value, if Sancho ever got back to 15 quid, I'm not saying you own them, but let's just say from now, obviously you'd sell around that price because obviously the yield,
It's not a holding forever. I obviously always have targets or I did before, like in terms of the old prices. I always kind of like have every trade I make, I have a price for a player that I believe that, if a player gets to that price, then he's crossing into a threshold of higher price players or whatever. I do have targets, but I think the question is now, like, do I need to be more proactive in my trading in terms of like maximizing my returns because of the spreads, because of the options we have now, the depth and things like that? Like, should I be looking to sell players at certain points and buying them back in? Because that is different. I've always, I don't just buy players and hold them, like, but the thing is, I'll quite happily have the same player like 10 times over a year, you know what I mean, at different stages. So I've kind of been doing it anyway, but I guess I'm just still trying to work out if I need to be more proactive.
I think that's a good point because you know what this crash has definitely done to all of us. I think it's made us more like savvy about the potential things that could happen, and you assess the potential risks more, and are they actually worth their current price? I think a lot of before IS was turned off, I think I heard this and I thought it was very true. So I think a lot of the players' prices were based on the best possible scenario, and it didn't take any risks into consideration. Like, for example, Sancho, okay, yeah, he might be £20 if he goes to United, but what if he doesn't go to United? It's like the price doesn't care about that. It's just people going crazy.
It's also the same with the share split. Like it's kind of, I've held different premiums at different times. Like, I'm not anti-premium by any means. I will buy premium players if I feel the situation is right. Like, but in terms of when my strategy changed big time, is like when I remember pre-split when they all went to like 27 quid and stuff, like 25 quid Pogba or whatever it was, Neymar and stuff. And that to me was just mental. And that's when I sold all my kind of premium guys, and then kind of restructured my strategy towards the kind of underpriced players. And like, yeah, I think it's a very good point you make regarding prices. It's hard to say if they're overpriced, like, 'cause it depends which context you're taking it in, but yeah, there's definitely truth in that, Jag.
Just a quick one for our viewers. If we drop below 15, I'm going to call it for the night. But if we keep up above 15, then I'll keep going. Up until midnight at the very least.
I'm going to have to get a few bots in here then, just to make sure we stay afloat.
Yeah, because we've dropped off from like 30 odd viewers on average down to a 19 at this point. So we have been fairly good consistently.
It's the boxing, I think, boys. I'm going to have to leave you as well. I just want to say, honestly, fantastic stream as usual. Learned so much, and enjoy yourselves, boys. Yeah, catch up again.
Yes, catch you later, mate. And
Cheers,
like I said, this is the last bit of liquid in the second bottle of wine. So
second, didn't you forecast 1.5?
Yeah, well, yeah. So like there was half a bottle left from last week, and there's another bottle that is now empty. So that will take us to the 1.5 forecast. if I have to break over another bottle, it's going to be truly disappointing because that one hasn't been in the fridge.
And it could be messy. Could be messy as well. Enjoy it, lads. Yeah, hopefully I don't miss something controversial. Take care, guys.
Mate.
Yeah.
Cheers. Take care.
Cheers, mate. Catch you later.
Bye. Bye.
And I think what we've learned from this stream is that Jag is definitely a welcome guest, but he needs to learn that if he's going to remember things, he needs to be able to drink while remembering all of his points.
Well, yeah. Sometimes my brain goes a bit wild, and I like to think about different things, and then I guess it's a bit ADHD style.
Oh, I'm the same. I'll come in with a point that I want to make, and I'll get halfway through, and then I'll be like, what the fuck? what was I going to say again?
Yeah, but I really enjoy the moments where you just make it up on the spot. You don't even think of what you were originally thinking of. You just improvise and carry on. Yeah.
Also, I just think it's funny that like Stuart did a 1.5 like prediction on his wine. And like the fact that he only had 1.5 to drink, that's a pretty safe bet.
Well, no. I have an entire. Well, actually, to put the cards on the table, basically, I bought the British Airways Laithwaite's crate of wine of white Marlboros, which was 12 bottles to be precise. So there is another 8 bottles downstairs. It's just none of them are in the fridge. So it's going to take a bit of motivation to get a white wine that is a very nice, high quality white wine and open it when it hasn't been in the fridge.
Nah, it needs to be in the fridge, man. Yeah, 100%. Like, absolutely. Yeah. I was just thinking it was funny that you could have had 2 bottles, like, and just left half a bottle, and I was just going to say there was no chance that other half was getting left. that was my thoughts. But yeah, boys.
Both very nice. I really recommend, like, if you're not drinking Marlboro white wine, Sauvignon Blanc, give it a go.
That's my go-to. That's my like Marlboro is awesome, but like Sauvignon Blanc in general. But yeah, I do like the Australian ones. I really do. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I've definitely been reading the back of these a few times. So one of them's got a nice hint of gooseberry and citrus, and the other one's got a what's it got? Green capsicum and combined with hints of cut grass. Well, very nice. But although I do have to say my favourite Marlboro's got guava in it. I love a bit of guava, personally.
Yeah. Sorry. I was going to ask you. Remember, you said like there's an interesting one that I absolutely have no idea about. What do you think in terms of bots working within this market?
Personally, I'm dead against it, but it's difficult to prove. I think it's this scenario because if you look at so if we take the stock market as an example, so there was a whole scenario in the stock market about 5-6 years ago, where they had to rethink how the stock market operated because there was so many bots in the market of auto trading that it created an entire market crash because they were all programmed in exactly the same principles.
Yes, I remember this.
So it led to a horrible death cascade where everything spiraled out of control, and it was all driven by the bots. And that's why I think Football Index needs to be very careful about any kind of bots operating in their market, but it's very difficult to disambiguate them from regular traders, barring sheer volume of price movements and various other things. But it's very difficult to manage, but that can so easily kill a market because if they all operate in exactly the same rule set, because there will be an optimum rule set, then it can very quickly, lead to a self-fulfilling prophecy of if the market drops in a certain way, that the market is doomed and dead and the whole thing will spiral downwards infinitely quickly without any kind of buy-in. Whereas if you have a more stable human-led market, there will come a point where prices drop to a certain point where people will go, fuck it, I'll have a bet because it's worth it.
Surely.
It's so difficult to police. I don't know how you police it. But
well, that's what I was going to ask. Like, surely FI can FI not identify that? Is there not a pattern to it, or are these bots so sophisticated that they create random type like trading behaviors that make it look like a human could be doing it. I actually have no idea. I've seen people talk about it, but I don't have any like knowledge of it or context to it. So like I'm total noob when it comes to things like that. So yeah, I don't know. It's interesting, but I don't know anything about it.
I mean, Greg, yeah, like everyone has always hypothesized that bots have been heavily involved in IPOs, but it's so difficult to prove.
I think it would the thing for me for proving that, right? So obviously they're buying stacks, 300 stacks of a player that's just come out. Surely the time between transactions, it's not, if it's like milliseconds, that's not humanly possible to do.
That's what I would think. Yeah.
Yeah. On a quick segue, Avinculus has shouted out that the goat, aka Messi, is going to pick up the divs tomorrow. In my personal experience, Osasuna are the number one bogey team for Barcelona, so I wouldn't expect anything too big from Messi tomorrow. Although I'd love him to win because I have got Messi. But for me, Osasuna are a major bogey team. Might have been that they've ruined a few ACCAs over the years, Osasuna specifically against Barcelona. So maybe have a look at that Osasuna bet if you fancy a bit of an outside chance. Bruno against Southampton's got to be a good shout. I wouldn't mind a few of those divs.
Hedgie, I'm liking the look of.
Yeah, I've got loads tomorrow. I've got my Milan boys. I've got my Lille boys. I've got who else is playing tomorrow? I've got a couple of
Montpellier against Lorient. So yes, Teji's
Yeah.
got a good shout. Back, from his suspension, he's got a good shout. I'd love for Teji to win. I'd love for Yaziki to win just because I've got quite heavily leveraged on him.
Sorry, carry on.
Milan against Fiorentina, a bit of a Mkhitaryan action wouldn't go astray for me from a personal perspective.
I'm hoping, whether it be I've got Badiashile, Ruben Aguilar, Gelson Mark. Jesus, how many Monaco players do I have?
It's not gone well for them recently, has it?
No, but the potential's there. Like a Ruben Aguilar, that right back's got serious, and they're at home in Nîmes tomorrow. So if you're ever going to get a good PB game, surely tomorrow. Same with Bologna at home at Crotone. Like some Musa Barrow and Orsolini and guys like that. Yeah, there's a lot of Milan at home. There's a lot of potential. Tomorrow should be a really good PB race. It really, obviously, if somebody comes out the bat, was it Messi at 1 o'clock? Hits a 300. Oh God, I just want the race to go on as long as possible.
Well, not if your guys top at 4 p.m.
Yeah.
That's the caveat.
So what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, right, Monaco. What about correct? Yeah, this is quite recent, right? Fabregas came off the bench to win Starman on a day, I'm pretty sure, and that was pretty impressive.
It was. It was very impressive. What a blinding performance he had when he came on. It was crazy. Played really well.
I just don't know about his minutes, and obviously his age is a little bit of a factor as well.
Yeah. But then it's a tough one. I've not thought about getting Seska. Maybe I should have, but yeah, a game time. But then maybe in COVID game times, these scores are a little bit less. I actually don't know. I was looking at the scores. I think they are a little bit. They have to be lower than what they normally were last year.
The mid scores have plummeted big time. I'm pretty certain on that. Minus kind of like Bruno, they seem much lower.
Yeah, there's obviously still players each day that can that are going to smash a monster. A 300. Like Mahrez today or Yazidze Lille or you're going to get these massive scores. But I think across the board there's definitely been I don't know. I'm purely speculating. I've not done the research. I've only looked into the scores in the last month, and I've not compared that to last year, but it does look like there's a 20-30 point drop off across the board. But I'm speculating there. Maybe somebody can.
I do think it is lower in general, but I do remember that there was a wild day where I swear Akanji had, I think 288, and then Guerrero had kind of like 270 something. As
Oh, the
the two top defenders.
The Dortmund boys are brilliant for PB this year. Like, Aguero is one of my favorite players. He's been one of my best holds ever. I didn't care if he was a midfielder or a defender. I don't care. Like, the guy's that good. He's that involved. He's that attacking. He's got that much of a offensive goal assist threat. That, like, I don't, obviously as a defender it's even better. But yeah, like, and I think Divi was saying he did studies into he did research into like the possession. And remember, like, before they changed the matrix, it was like, it was generally like your Johnny Taz, a Leverkusen, and your Dortmund defenders, guys with massive amounts of passes per game. But it seems that these boys seem to be being able to compete a bit more now. Like, obviously they have to be getting huge amounts of possession. But yeah, like I said, Kanji, I think's got a lot of PB potential this year.
Yeah, I mean, I like Kanji. He was good last season. I think he's got a good opportunity this season, definitely.
Who else plays tomorrow? Krostic.
He played today, right?
Oh no, sorry, not Krostic. I'm sorry. I'm getting tired. It's not Krostic. It's blinking. I'm on Leverkusen. It's Leon Bailey. That's who. Leon Bailey, Mr. Diaby. I don't have Diaby. Listen, Leon Bailey, really. But Leon Bailey's he's one of these people that's always flattered to deceive.
So you've got Rodrigo de Paul for Udinese tomorrow. He's been plugging in some pretty solid scores.
Tough game though. Tough match though.
Well, absolutely, but I think he's been in quite a few tough matches this season, actually. Udinese have definitely been forming above where you'd expect them to this season. And so, they have done all right, but, Rodrigo de Paul's done all right even when they've been dropping points. So it's one of those things of like, he's one of those players that in the bottom tier where you go, he's one of the better ones. Milan, Fiorentina, that's not a great game.
It's hopefully Hakan. Hopefully, I just love Hakan. He's one of my favorite players.
But again, he's another one of those ones where, I like him, but I've yet to see the PB justify the price. Really have.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
What's weird with him? His shot creating actions it's very high this season, but his PB scores have not been quite there. He did have that. Was it 12 key pass game recently as well?
Yeah, he's got it in it. He's got it in his locker. Like, what's he? I'm just looking on it. Yeah, he's only. Geez, oh yeah, he's averaging 110. He's only hit 208. Yeah, you're right. It's not what it was last year. That's the
goal involvement, right? It's lacking there big time.
Yeah. That's that'll come.
If we're looking at like Leon Rems, has Depay finally turned a corner, or
Leon, I can't see. They're just in such a big hole and they can't seem to get out. Every single one of their games is horrendous. But saying that's where you see the biggest opportunities is all I would say.
Well, like Leon, I don't have Depay, but I have Leo Dubois because I think right back. I think he's got potential. He's so cheap. I think there's Leon. Yeah, they've been a bit naff this year, and when they have done well, it's been random like Cadwere or Akambe. That's like not really guys that people would normally hold as opposed to like a Depay or that. But yeah, they definitely need to improve their PB game for sure. One guy that I've liked this year that I thought he was a bit of a he used to wind me up because it was end product. I just never backed his end product. But Johnny Bamba for Lille.
Yes. That season was rough for him. Yeah.
Yeah, last season was terrible, but he seems to have gotten better. His form's got better. His PB game looks better as well. So so I've got a bit of hope with him over the piece. But yeah, like obviously, and they're away to Saint-Étienne tomorrow. So that could be a deal. Yeah, there's another one to talk about. But yeah, there's a lot of good PB games tomorrow.
Any fans of Guiri here?
Yeah, I'm in Guiri. I think because of the start of the season his price went up that much that it's like I look at other players and think
IPD as well.
So yeah, exactly. That's it. And I was looking at his price and thinking, well, I can find players half that price that I think is just as good. But in terms of his potential as a player and his potential in FI, I still think it's very high. So yeah, I can see why people would want to hold him. Is Vieira got sacked yet? Oh, I'm sick of that.
His contract's up at the end of the season, right? So it looks like I feel like if they wanted to sack him, they would have done it already. But
Does anyone else, sorry, just very quick segue, want Gendozi to absolutely fucking flop at Hoffenheim?
What?
I just
I'm
hate
a fan of
Gendozi.
Arsenal.
I hate Arsenal at the best of times, but I think Gendozi was a particularly dickish Arsenal player. And I just really hope that he now shits the bed, because I don't know if you saw the thing where he went to, was it Mopay or
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, and went basically like, I'm going to earn more this season than you will in your entire career or some bollocks. And he was
I
actually
love a
earning
bit of
less.
shithousery. I'm all for it. Bring it on.
Yeah, I don't mind it. It's just banter. He's a young lad as well. Like I don't know. Like I think it's maybe a little bit overblown myself, but
No, I think there's banter where it's banter where you're like, I'm going to score 4 goals today, and there's banter where like I earn more money than you. And
Yeah, I know. I get what you're saying about that, but I will say, Mopay is definitely a knob, like big time. He so that whole situation came about, and I know everyone's gonna think that it's biased Arsenal view, but the foul on Leno that got him injured, which it actually benefited Arsenal in the end because they got 20 mil for Martinez, whatever. But he was trying to push Leno out of the area to get a handball, and he ended up injuring him.
yeah,
And
true.
I don't care. Like if I think Arsenal let people just like um, run over them, but there's no like kind of backbone there. But that's a moment someone's actually stood up and said like, no, you don't do that, and I kind of respect him for it.
It's an interesting. Oh, we were doing so well, Jag, and then I found out you're an Arsenal fan.
oh no,
Hey,
it's,
the thing is,
Oh,
I will say, listen, I am one of the most objective fans around. I'll tell you, Arsenal are rubbish right now, and yeah, like I kind of feel emotionless about Arsenal. If they win, if they lose,
yeah.
yeah,
that's how I
but
feel.
unfortunately that just makes you scum in my book.
It's fun. It's funny. It's funny. It's funny though how it changes. Like I was,
Maybe none.
I grew up hate because a Newcastle fan. I grew up hating Man United. Like Man United, I still hate Man United. I still can't stand Man United. But over the last few years, and I always quite liked Arsenal back, but then obviously I started to lose like interest in them when Wenger couldn't adapt and just kept being shit for year after year, and it was just quite frustrating to see how he just couldn't adapt when he's meant to be the great Wenger, etc.
That's what killed
But
my emotion towards Arsenal. It's just like same thing over again. Couldn't deal with it.
can't buy a defense, can't buy a center midfield, etc., etc. But the thing is, it's changing now since the index. Oh my God, Arsenal fans are hard work.
Well, yeah, there's probably one in particular, right?
Well, I can think of several, to be honest. I can think of I think of a few, but yeah, obviously I know every club has them. I'm just joking, but I think the Arsenal fans tend to be quite vocal as well, so I think that's probably what makes it look worse.
I don't know, it's just certain clubs that I just hate more than others, and Arsenal is definitely right up there. And my favourite thing that's happened with Arsenal in the last decade has been Ozil, A, being shit, and B, then promising to fund Gunnosaurus's salary wages. It's just like, it's the perfect trolling of Arsenal that I just like, yes, keep taking all their money and funding their mascot. It's just the perfect torture for them to suffer.
Is that a media opportunity there? What's the next surprise Ozil's going to spring up? I'm sure his price must be down in the mud
Oh,
right
he
now.
must be down like 20p region surely by now.
What price is Ozil? Yeah, that's a good.
Yeah, because I mean he's not in the squad. He can't play. He's 65
Yeah.
pence with no sell price.
Yeah, I can't stand Ozil. Like don't get me wrong. I grew up very much a Barca fan, and my first ever video I ever received was I'm an Aberdeen fan in Scotland, and it was Aberdeen beating Real Madrid in the glory of Gothenburg in 1983. My mum bought me the VHS, and I that made me kind of like be slightly Madrid, but then love affair for Barca. But like I didn't like Ozil at Real Madrid, and like I just see him as he's just such a luxury player, eh? Like if a team's playing well, he can slot in and be a world beater. But if a team's struggling, you don't want Ozil in your trenches.
No, absolutely.
Yeah, it's just and to get what he gets paid is just bonkers.
So
yeah, that's such a bad deal.
Here's a quick segue for you then, guys. So who is your most hated player in the Premier League at the moment? And I'll kick this off. Mine is fucking got his name. The England goalkeeper that plays for Everton.
Pickford.
Pickford.
Yeah.
I hate Pickford. I want Pickford to die a slow, painful death. I just think he is such dog shit for England, and I do not understand why he keeps being picked ahead of Pope and the Sheffield United lad who was on loan from Man United.
Dean Henderson.
Dean Henderson. I just can't understand how Pickford keeps getting picked for England. He's so shit. It's just unreal.
I'll tell
do
you.
You hate him because it's not his fault, right? Like that's the way I look at it. Is you know what? Look, he's shit. He can't. He's playing Everton. And he's playing for England. He doesn't pick himself. That's just
well,
the
no,
way it is.
I hate him for multiple reasons. I hate him because he keeps getting picked for England and he's shit.
And he's from Sunderland.
He's going to cost us. And I hate him because he's just crippled Van Dijk and nobody's done anything about it.
Yeah, it's horrible.
Hey, he's offside, man. He's offside.
Yeah, he's offside. So, see the new football loophole where basically you stand offside so you can then break a player's leg and get away with it. It's just such bullshit.
Yeah. Most hated player. Jeez, like Ozil had to be up. He was always up there. I don't know. Like Joe Linton and my own player. But to be honest, he actually played pretty well last night. He still can't shoot for shit. But
that was a decent PB score.
But yeah, he's heavily involved. Like he works his ass off. I'll give him credit. He works his ass off, and in terms of PB, that in terms of his defensive contributions and stuff for a striker, and like he could actually, in theory, be a
defensive striker.
Yeah, but like oh my god, like, even his goal, it was like honestly, I think my mother could hit a better shot. It's just like okay, maybe he can change, but obviously £40 million price tag doesn't help matters. But yeah, I know he might get better, but he's been so frustrating. I'm just so glad we've got Callum Wilson. It's just I'm so relieved. It's just to have a proper goal scorer just makes such a difference.
So both any players. So to be honest, I don't really hate that many players in all honesty. But if I was to pick one, it's nothing to do with the Spurs thing. I just wanted to say that 100%. But it's Son, and the reason for that, I think.
How can you hate Son?
Oh, see, look, this is the reason why I hate him because this is how everyone reacts to him, but they don't see the real side to him. But yeah. So okay. That Gomez foul, the whole crying, oh poor me. It's I'm sorry. Like at the end of the day, you made a poor challenge where you've actually it's a retaliation tackle. You broke someone's leg. Look, you're making yourself out the victim in the end of it. Look, just accept what's happened, and that's it. And the other thing with him as well, I do think he's a bit of a cheater as well in terms of diving. And I don't like it.
He does have a nasty streak. I'll give you. But I think I like that. Like I think it's kind of like your whole like you need to have that kind of edge to you a wee bit. But yeah, I honestly can't believe
you have an edge, but everyone feels sorry for you. Like poor Son.
I don't know. You could go for poor.
Look at your reactions as soon as I brought him up. Oh, how could you? That's why I don't like. This guy is not innocent, but you think he's innocent.
No, I just really like him, and I've always loved him as a player. And like, don't get me wrong, I have a bias. I spent some time in South Korea, so like, I love South Korea. I love Korea. I love the whole. I love the whole like that Korean footballer coming over. Park. I hated Man United, but I love Park Ji-sung. Like it's I kind of I guess I'm a bit biased, but yeah, I actually thought you were going to say Dele Alli.
I don't care. Like Dele Alli, I don't care. He's just
nothing.
A guy.
Yeah, I could say Jesse Lingard, but he seems irrelevant.
Yeah, he's so irrelevant now.
But honestly, like, look, Son, I rate him as a player. The guy's ball striking, like, it's probably like top 3 in the world. Left foot or right foot, it's ridiculous. I'd say ball striking. I'm gonna say Kane, Gnabry, however you feel like, and Son, top 3 for me, I think.
In the world.
Yep.
Wow.
Have you seen these guys strike? Like
yeah, I'm not
accuracy and precision with both feet.
I know.
I mean, come on, like Jota. Like,
okay,
what?
yeah, he's good. I haven't seen him smash pinpoint accuracy with both feet. That's what I've seen.
Haaland.
Yeah, but I mean, he's very left-footed. His finishing, top notch. He'll be up there.
Yeah, Lewandowski.
Yeah,
I don't think. So with Lewandowski, you don't see him I think so. Today he scored one from outside the box. He doesn't score from outside the box that much. Obviously,
No, but he's a typical poacher. Like,
yeah, but does that mean I'm talking about pure ball striking?
well, yeah,
No,
that's
but
the
no,
thing,
but
like,
it doesn't matter how far out. You see the way he hits the ball. They're pretty clean.
yeah, but I know. I suppose he makes a very good point though. It's like, who is
Sharpshooters, like that's
yeah. What is it you're looking for? Because like it's that whole like Shearer debate of like, is it somebody who's just a goal poacher like Lewandowski, who is like 99% of his goals are within like probably the 6-yard box of just pure in the right place, right time. He will finish every opportunity he gets. Or do you want a kind of an all-round goal scorer who scores with left foot, right foot, header, 35-yard free kicks inside the 6-yard box? Like basically any opportunity you can give him, he can score a goal.
It's a fascinating one.
Or is it just sheer volume of goals that wins?
Yeah, in terms of pure ball striking, I think those three are definitely up there. I mean, obviously, if someone's to bring ones up, those are three that come to mind. There might be others too, but their ball striking, left foot, right foot, like outside the box, they will hit it with power and accuracy, like very,
Yeah,
very
no,
well.
I agree with you. I was just taken back by the top three. That was like, I was like, whoa, that's like the top three in the whole wide
Yeah,
world.
no, I kind of get it, but it's probably something you don't really think about, right? That's that much.
Yeah. No, it's interesting. I'm gonna have to rethink about that now. Actually,
Yeah.
it's,
Do
that's
and get
pretty
back to
cool.
me.
Yeah, definitely.
I love it. He's come on the stream. He's going to now like take fucking notes. Come back next week.
No. It's just it's just
I've
on the discussion. It's not about
I've
ego.
got one. I've got one.
Okay,
I've got a player I can't fucking stand. Matija Kovacic.
Really?
Oh no! What's wrong with Kovacic?
I'm not seeing him
What?
hit any. He's hit like I've seen him scored like 2 goals, hasn't he?
What is he? What is he? Like, can you tell me what Kovacic is meant to
Oh,
be?
is this?
Like,
Oh, sorry. This is hated, not
yeah,
best
no,
ball
sorry,
striker.
not the ball. No, he's definitely not the ball striker.
That's what I was
Sorry,
thinking.
mate.
I was like, you lost the plot.
Yeah, no, I've gone back to the hated camp.
Okay.
Yeah, Kovacic. I get the whole kind of like the whole link player, the DLP type, whatever discussion you want to have. But I don't know what he is. Like, he won the Chelsea Player of the Year, didn't he? And like, he was the most improved player, and Chelsea fans were lauding him. And I'm sure they obviously watch their team a lot more than I do. But like, I just don't get what he is. Like he doesn't progress the ball very well. He's not the best defensively. Like I struggle to see his value, but then he still gets games for Chelsea, so maybe I'm wrong, but
I think he probably does everything to a decent level, but nothing. I don't think he does anything.
like a jack of all trades, master of none type thing.
Yeah, I mean,
maybe.
he's not bad, but yeah, don't. There's nothing I'll be like, oh, he's amazing at this. It's his dribbling was the main thing, wasn't it? I think he's quite good, like dribble success rate.
Yeah, I think it's reaching a little bit, but
well, yeah, that's what I mean. That's the only standout. Well, that's the only standout I can think of for him.
Yeah, it's cool. It's cool, but yeah, no, Pickford's a great shout as well, by the way. Like, absolutely, and especially because he's a Mackem. That's like that makes it much easier to feel that way. A Sunderland man, but yeah, no.
I was tempted to say Mope because of the Leno thing, but you know what? He's had a rough time. He got that. He conceded that penalty after the full-time whistle against Man United, and then he the penalty missed today. I actually feel sorry for him now. And then he went off injured.
So here's a quick bit of trivia for you guys. Name me the 3 players who have scored a hat trick in the Champions League and FA Cup. Open to the comments box as well.
Oh man, I need to go to the comments box.
I was wondering where this is going. The first when you said hat trick, I was thinking I know Kazawa. I thought Kazawa scored a hat trick, but then you said FA Cup, and I was like, oh damn.
Okay, so
that's a defender scoring a hat trick in the Champions League.
Well, in any period of time, like in their
period
career.
Of time, Champions League and the FA Cup.
Aguero.
Aguero is the second player to achieve this.
Yeah,
Aguero. I would say
Welbeck. That's a bit random, isn't it?
I know he's got Champions League, and I feel like he's a bit second stringy. So
one of them is a ex-Liverpool player. You will never pick him.
Crouch.
Sturridge.
Nope.
It's
not Carnu either, Greg.
Like Voronin.
No.
David and Go.
No.
Markovic.
No, played for Liverpool and Chelsea.
Oh, Raul Jimenez. No, not Jimenez. What's his name? Morales?
No,
Oh,
It's not Torres.
no.
That's not, like that wouldn't be random if it was Fernando Torres.
oh,
It's not Anelka
and now
either.
can the chat. That's a good call.
Who have they said?
Yossi Benayoun, Advincula
Yossi.
Oh, if you should have
Yossi the rat who
Arsenal as
gets
well.
his cheese.
Arsenal as well.
So that's so Yossi and Aguero are two of them. There's one left, and
Anelka's no.
Top Spurs player, absolutely smashing it this season.
Oh, Kane.
Kane is the third.
Oh well, I'll take my Aguero and go home with that. Yossi Benayoun, it's pretty random.
I know. I mean, for players that have like scored a hat trick in those two trophies, that's quite a shout for Yossi, isn't it? It's like claim to fame.
It's quite amazing that there's not more.
Yeah. Is it only 3?
A hat trick in the Champions League is not very common, is it? And then you kind of like the
not.
guys that do that won't play FA Cup that much.
I would have thought more Man United guys over the history would have achieved that.
I think it's because it limits it to the Champions League, so I don't think it's
like Ronaldo. Like I can't believe. I suppose Ronaldo probably never played the FA Cups that much. I don't know.
No.
Yeah. So something I wanted to say earlier. So you obviously wrapped up the donation thing, and I was quite sad about that because I was spending so much time trying to log into my PayPal, and I was like rushing trying to get it done, and then you suddenly, oh, we've got enough. So
well, no, if you want to do it, by all means, crack on.
No, of course no. But I was like, shall I save it till next time? But I was trying to do it, and as these donations coming in, I was like, oh no, I need to get mine in, and then it was too late. I eventually logged in though, so next time.
Oh dear. Yeah. So, I mean, the question is, guys, it's 11:15, and we've certainly still got 19 streamers. Do I go downstairs and get the third bottle of wine? That's the question.
What are you thinking?
Well, I mean, my glass is empty, and we're 1.5 in. So, a quick survey in the chat. Do I go down to get the second bottle of wine? A quick yes for yes, I go. Oh, no for don't worry, sunshine. I'm not going to hang around that long. So come on, guys. We've got about a 20-second lag, so we're going to have to wait a second for people to respond to this.
20 second, is that intentional, by the way?
Oh no, it's just the nature of the beast of like Football Index. The YouTube.
You can do ultra low latency around 2 seconds. You can't. There is a setting for that.
Oh well, if you can tell me what it is, please.
I'll look it up for you because is this can I do a little segue into so this isn't me plugging something, it's just something an idea that I want to kind of bring up. So I did set up an account a while ago for covering match days to be kind of on top of the PB scores as they happen, because I think that obviously that's the number one selling point of the product, really. The excitement of match days, like we see it in Slack, the excitement in there is just like it's wild. It's on a match day. I absolutely love it. So I set up a live stream to cover, goals as they go in. We tell you straight away, PB scores when they update straight away. And I thought it was kind of good, but it is kind of like it's very high effort, and like obviously if you're covering a whole match day, that's a very long time. And I just thought
it's more for me that such things as that is so dependent on stream and internet quality. So, for example, I know if I'm watching BT Sport with the guys that are my mates I go down the pub with, I'm probably the second person that knows about a goal going in based on my WhatsApp group. And that's ignoring things like me monitoring like Bet365 or something like that live, because I know that's like a 20 seconds ahead, because all streams are 20 seconds behind the bookies. So the bookies have a chance to react. So it depends kind of what solution you've got to be as live as humanly possible.
How did your thing work? Jack?
It was pretty good. I did it at the start of lockdown. That's when I really started doing it. In fact, I can probably give you a link to one of the streams.
Yeah. How did like the thing is that the curious thing is like collecting the data, like collecting the the quickest feed, because that's kind of that's like what killed my kind of like live in play trading to an extent, because like in the old system especially you had to be quickest. I've even been at a game and watched a goal go in and go on my phone and somebody's the price
Yeah,
the
no,
price
so
is the price is already flying and I'm like, fuck me, how many
yeah,
else are in the game?
you're right. Like, it's not gonna be the fastest, but it's gonna be like.
No,
So
but
there's 2 second delay. There's okay. The sources will be so the stream layouts I have a sulfur score and I like format it so all the scores are really tight together and just got a massive list of all the fixtures on a day that are eligible. And you can see and that's always on screen. You can see when the goals go in.
that's cool.
And then I've got the PB rankings on the other side of the screen, and they're refreshing constantly. And what we'll do is if we see kind of like I say we, it's me.
Right, just pause there for a second. So I'm going to say, fuck it. I'm going to crack open another bottle of wine.
Hell yeah! I feel like
Screw
I might
everyone in the
join in.
stream and their lack of response. I'm going to go
I feel like
downstairs while you're filling us in on this. So I'll be back in a second with yet another bottle of wine.
Okay.
I feel like such a pussy. I've had 2 cans of beer. That's all I've had.
I've had nothing. I've had nothing.
I've been pretty tame tonight.
I have to get ready for the next one. All right. Yeah. So yeah. Oh, actually, hold on a second. I can show you exactly what it looks like because I have it on a Twitter account. But I didn't do this for like a massively long time, but
imagine if Betfair Exchange could a liquidity provider for FI PIS.
That in chat is that?
Yeah, I'm just trying to work out what he means by Betfair Exchange could be a liquid. I think he said 3 bottles. I think Display ZZZ said 3 bottles of wine as well. I'm trying to work.
Greg's joining in as well.
Yeah, let's go. Oh God, am I gonna have to go get another? Okay, I'll go get another can. Hold on.
Okay, yeah, I would do as well, but I don't want to leave the stream by themselves. It's kind of
you hold the fort, then you can get yours.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, so if anyone, oh no, I can't link my channel in chat without asking. That's a bit rude, but I'm gonna remind myself of what the setup looked like.
There we go.
Nice and quick.
Yeah. So this thing that you do, so is it quite labor intensive, or is it all automated, or what?
Yeah, I'll kind of explain to you. All right, so if I'm gonna link you an image in the YouTube chat. I think, am I allowed to do that? We'll see what happens.
I think that might work. Yeah,
that's not clickable for some reason. Okay, but whatever, it's there. So that's what it looks like. Tell me when you got it on screen, and I can kind of talk you through a little bit.
Okay, cool.
But this isn't the best example, by the way, and I should probably do a few things to tidy it up.
It's really interesting because, like, so and especially now, like, especially when I'll admit, like, I used to, when I lived in Newcastle before I moved up here, like I had Sky and everything, and it was easy. That's when I joined the Index. It's fine. But when I came up here, I basically came up to live in a flat that my family owned for a few months. For a few months to save money, and then obviously COVID happened, and I'm still here. But I never got Sky, so I've kind of been working between the BT app on my Xbox and things like that. And you're just never ever going to be quick enough.
Yeah. No, so the thing, I would never guarantee that I'm the fastest. Like always, definitely.
You're going to be faster than my stream.
I will be faster than streams because I'm gonna have the sulfur scores. So you got the image, right?
Yeah.
Oh, you know what, guys? We're in for a very nice one. This one's got hints of guava, which is my personal favourite.
I'm not. Have you put the link into the chat?
I'll put it into the YouTube chat. I'll put it into here as well on the.
I can't see it in the. Where is it on the?
Oh, it's not. Oh, sorry. Wait, what? Did it got deleted? Oh, it went.
Huh.
Okay. It's in the Zoom chat anyway.
Oh, the Zoom chat. Okay.
It must be YouTube auto moderation or something, I guess.
I'll plug it for you.
All right, nice one. Yeah, so this was I just wanted to show you what it actually looked like, so I could kind of explain a little bit how it went down.
Where's the Zoom chat? Jeez, I'm being really.
You just go to the bottom. There's a chat button.
Oh yeah, there we go.
I see, Greg. I've got a microfiche from when my daughter was very young, and we had the milk fridge, which I could plug up here, but it's too dangerous to have too much wine up here. So yeah, this one is the Mahal Sound 2020 from the Marlborough region. Looks a very promising white wine from my perspective. So
there we go.
You got it. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm good to explain this now. Have you got that up, Stu?
yeah, I'll open it up.
Yeah. So so that's the sofa score scores on the right hand side. So I have to do a little bit of work to kind of squish everything together, because if there's a lot of fixtures on a day, it doesn't show the full list of it. So this example here, obviously there's like that would be a bronze day. There's only 2 eligible fixtures, but you get all the extra ones as well. So that's on the right hand side. Obviously, sofa score, you'll see the scores updates as they go in. I use various things, so I have the obviously the notifications on my phone. If I miss them, I can immediately change my attention to that. Usually, so if the goal scorers aren't confirmed quickly, I grab my remote in my other hand and literally change channel. Like it's quite difficult. You have to just be really sharp, because you have to remember which game is on which channel.
I see. The man who doesn't have children, like, it's just I am jealous.
To be fair, I kind of do the same thing. Obviously, I may not have the actual game up to speed quick enough, but what I do is I sit with like a betting site like 365, and when anything gets suspended, I'm already aware that something could have happened. And then I've noticed the wee thing with SofaScore is that they'll tell you the goal's been scored, but on the first page it won't show you who has scored the goal. But if you click onto the actual teams and formations, and you can click on the players, you can usually find out quicker who scored the goal.
That's the worst. You have to go for each player, and then when there's nothing there, you have to do one more time. It's just ridiculous. But just a little bit to explain a little bit more on the layout. So obviously you have the scores on the right hand side. Just got a little space for the chat. Obviously that's not really important. Then there's the little thing that FI had for the different payouts on the day. Well, obviously that's changed from now. It was just a silver day, 4 pence each position. They've got the ticker there at the top, so that's nice to see. You can see the ticker live on the stream, and the PB scores. So that's the top section of the PB scores. So it's showing like the top 12 players, and that would refresh every 10 seconds. I think I did. Cool. And then you got the scoring matrix in the bottom left as well, which I think is pretty useful for everyone to refer to.
It's my screensaver on my laptop. So I can always refer back to it if I forget something.
Yeah, and I just thought it's so obviously I don't do this anymore, but I have thought because the excitement's back, I have thought about doing it, bringing it back, but it's tough work and it's long.
I mean that's the main thing.
Sorry. I just wanted to say, as big a travesty as what happened to the Football Index market is the fact that a man that obviously is so passionate and knows so much and puts in so much work. What are you doing with 13 followers, mate? Like, come on, get this man some followers. This is a joke.
It's a fair point, but I don't honestly. I'm not. I don't care about the clout.
It wasn't a criticism.
Oh no, I was going to start, but I don't seek that. I don't actively try to.
Oh well, I'm going to seek it for you because you deserve more. Like, I'm only kidding.
To be honest, I don't really engage on Twitter. The only thing I'd really do is Slack. But these live streams I've been watching.
I didn't engage in Twitter. I used to be the forum man, and then people dragged me in Twitter because I used to sell a data product. So I used to do an Excel data package pre-child, which took me 30 hours a week, and I used to charge like £1 or £2 a month for it, depending on which package you had. And you could have all the Football Index data you wanted. And that was what got me into Twitter. And I've now got, Christ, what is it, like 1,500 followers or some number of lunatics that are willing to listen to
when did you actually set up Twitter? Because I've been following like Football Index Twitter for a long time, even though you wouldn't have heard me because I keep.
So I joined apparently in January 2018,
right.
And I've got to 2,000 followers since then. But bear in mind that I left Football Index for a good 7 months. from sort of like May 2019 or April 2019 through to sort of February 2020.
I don't care how many followers you've got, Stuart, because you don't follow me.
Sorry, Frog. I should really do that, shouldn't I?
I was like, okay, I'm not going to ask that.
Where are you, Frog? I haven't got you followed, mate.
It's all good, mate. It's all good. We talk enough.
Football index.
It's not a big deal. But yeah, but I just whore myself around all the platforms really. Apart from the forum, I was never on that.
Forum's a difficult place to communicate, really, isn't it? Like
I've actually never interacted on it. Like the
do you know, I used to be me and Advinculus used to be like the two number one people on the forum, and we're talking like a couple of years back now. But like we were the guys to go to on the forum, and it just got so intense and so much people just wanting to plug their own thing and no debate. It was just like literally like anything you put was basically ignored because it was going to be the next guy that was going to post exactly the same thing that he wanted to say. That I just got bored of it, and it was too intense to try and keep up with it.
Because it's not real time. That you know what I mean. Like you have Slack chat, for example, or whatever you have. It's like an instant response, and I just feel like because the forum, you post, come back to it, see what's going on. I don't really like that kind of delay.
Yeah, but I don't like the Slack or I don't even like this Discord thing, to be honest, because it's just for a overweight middle-aged man who has a daughter, there is just too much communication for me to keep up with, quite frankly.
I just don't get the complaints. Like I see that in the comments displays going, Twitter has too many dumb people on it, haha. Like the whole Twitter versus Facebook versus forum versus Discord. Like I just don't get it. Like people. I don't like people go, oh, Twitter's toxic, Twitter's this. Like I just choose who I read, who I follow, and who I don't follow. And like, if I see something I don't want to read, then I just move on. I don't get why people moan so much about these different. I just try and use each in any way I can. Like I don't sit on things 24/7. It's impossible to do that. But like, yeah, I just think there's value all over the place.
It's back to the whole cult thing of like there are communities and sub-communities and sub-communities within that, where there is Twitter and there is Facebook and there is the forum and there is Discord and there is God knows what else that exists, Slack, etc., etc. And they're all protective of their own narrative. And then also within those, you also have sub-communities. So obviously we know there's quite a diverse split down the line between the pro-Fig collective and the anti-Fig collective within the forum. Sorry, within Twitter, and quite frankly, I couldn't care which way you fall on that line. I think everyone's got a good thing to say, but it is kind of there is that very clear divide within the Twitter community. There may be similar divides within other parts of the community that I'm not aware of. But
there's always going to be divides. Like I just don't know why people get so hung up on it. That's my thing.
The platform doesn't matter, right? So sorry, when I say Slack, I just mean like it's an instant messaging system, right? I don't specifically mean Slack is better than Twitter or whatever.
I wasn't meaning you.
Definitely not.
I was looking at Display's comment going that too many dumb people on Twitter.
Yeah, so there's dumb people everywhere.
Exactly,
if there's enough people on the platform, it's gonna be bad.
Yeah, every platform has dumb people, or every like it's all that's dumb people is subjective as well. Like you know what I mean? So yeah, it's funny. It makes me laugh. It really does.
I think you were speaking. I was watching the stream where you're speaking to Divi Rascal, and you're kind of just speaking about being open-minded, really, and just like the narrative that you have. It can be, some people can see it different, and that's a good thing. You shouldn't, if you see everything through your eyes, that's like you're gonna be blinded by.
Absolutely, and that's the main thing that I always try and plug is that the most common bias that everyone has is like self-bias. So like whatever your view is must be right. And if you only put yourself in an echo chamber with people that agree with you, you will never have a better view of trading, a better view of politics, a better view of life and everything around it. Is you need the people that disagree with you. And you need to be open to those ideas and open and confident enough in your own beliefs to be able to defend those in an open forum. And if you can't defend them in an open forum, well, then quite frankly, why do you believe that? So you need to be able to hold firm on your beliefs in an open forum and face challenge and debate. And if you can do that, then, bully to you. And if you can't,
also admit when you're wrong. Admit
Oh
when
yeah,
you're
that's
wrong
huge.
well.
I love admitting when you're wrong is the best thing ever. It's just like, yeah, it's so important. That's how you like improve yourself.
Yeah, and it's like like the whole admitting when you're wrong, laughing at yourself. Like I do that all the time. You know what I mean? Like I shake my head at myself with some of the some of the things I do or say. You need that. Like that's so important. It's massive. It really is.
Oh, I absolutely agree. I mean, like, I surround myself with people that take the piss out of me because I love a self-deprecating sense of humor. But it is, it's one of the things that the society suffers from most with the digital community is that we put ourselves in echo chambers where people only agree with our point of view or our narrative or our exact take on affairs. And we only want to hear people that agree with us. We don't want to hear anyone that disagrees with us. And
that's just daft.
Well, it is, absolutely. I 100% agree. But unfortunately, you just have to look at FI Twitter to see that, where any kind of voice. I mean, Christ, how many times has John tried to engage with certain parts of the community to be completely shunned or ignored or blanked?
I've been through it myself when I was doing the Frogs fines and writing them all up. The amount of abuse and the amount of shit that I would get from people, accusing me of pumping and dumping and everything like that. It's like, no, I'm just writing up players. I'm just like, using my football knowledge and then also using the data to try and find players that, obviously, there was a point where I could post a player and he'd go up 20%. You know what I mean? Like I did have like, so there could have been, I guess, the potential to exploit that, and I guess other people would deem that I could be doing that, but I wasn't. I was genuinely just finding players that I felt were undervalued and like writing about them. And obviously it got to a point where I did have a fair amount of like power when I did post players, but like that was never the intention, and it was nothing ever anything sinister. But the amount of fucking abuse I got from certain people, like Jesus Christ, it's just like but it goes back to the whole agenda thing and people trying to create their own narratives and like that's a whole can of worms that's probably not worth getting into, to be honest.
Should we talk some players? Or?
Yeah, can I ask you, go back to your thing? So is this active? Is it live, or is it like
no? That's super dead. Well, it's not dead. Like, in fact, so it's kind of dead because I've stopped it. I mean, you can see on my Twitter feed probably when the last time I did it was. It's probably like June, July, 1st of July is the last one I did. But so one of the things I've got a new hard drive now. And that's my stream layout's gone. I need to redo it all. It took me quite a bit of time to set up. It's not that good. It does the job, but it doesn't look clean. But that's not important for now. But I have thought about starting it up like today because I was just thinking the excitement's back in Football Index and potentially a good time to. Because what I really want is a one place where people can watch a PB race together. You get updates on what's going on, and the community can really engage. Because I think that would be amazing.
So where would you like? So, in terms of like when it's up and running, is it just like a sorry if this is a very simpleton layman's question, but is it just like a website that you have up and running and
it's just a live stream like Stu's doing
live stream through YouTube or Discord or something?
I originally put it on Twitch, but I think the audience it's aimed at aren't really a fan of Twitch, so I think YouTube makes more sense. So I'll switch to that afterwards.
Yeah. Honestly, if obviously you have to work out if it you obviously you got your time and your labor and all that sort of stuff.
Sorry, I was just literally looking at the boxing and I was like looking at the result and going, well, I could mention this, but there's probably some people that want to know about the live result, so I probably shouldn't. And I just realised that Greg has posted the live result in the chat. So,
wow.
Do we delete?
The lad just got beat.
Censored.
I've had this fight on and I've not even been watching it. I've been talking to you.
That means we must be having a good discussion.
Oh my God, I didn't even catch that. Jesus Christ, I didn't even see anything in that fight. I missed the whole thing. Oh man, I'll have to watch it back.
So guys, it's 11:30. I said we had to hold above 15, but I mean we've certainly been skimming the bottom of that trend so far. So I think it's time to call it a night and go to bed, considering I've got to get up tomorrow morning and deal with my daughter. Oh my God, John's in the comments. John, are you going to join us? Because John, if you'll come on, I will stay another half an hour if you can.
Hey, look, if I potentially would carry. Oh no, wait, I don't have Zoom. Never mind. I was thinking I could switch this onto my channel, but not. I don't want to. It's not about stealing. It's just about keeping it going if the people want it.
No, absolutely. I've got no problem with people taking it on. The whole reason why I'm doing this is because I felt there was a gap in the community.
Oh, there certainly is big time.
And like I said, there is quite a bit of software cost behind this, which is why I'm trying to plug people to fund it. So
I will sort you out the software because Discord will definitely. I know you're not a fan because it's another thing to learn.
No, I'm not.
But it's free. It's free.
Yeah, it's free. That's the main thing. Well, John might be sozzled, but I'm 2.2 bottles of wine in at this point. So
I can see.
Come on, Dennis, get on the stream. You've got the link, you bastard. Come join us.
If you do need help with the Discord setup, let me know. I'm happy. I'm very happy to help you.
Do you think with the Discord, like how do you have to set up within like somebody else's framework or like?
No, you can set up your own for free. I've got my own that's got about 4 people in. You can do whatever you like.
But how would you attract the people?
How would you track the people? It depends on. No, sorry, you don't stream on Discord. Discord would be the vehicle that you put your video through. So
got you.
So obviously we're on a call on Zoom, right? So it'd be a call on Discord instead.
Discord through YouTube. Got you. See,
yeah.
I need to learn all this shit.
I do love it. Basically, he's admitting it. He's only looking at us because he was on the shitter.
Oh, think of us at the important times, eh? That's quite Jaggers. I'd like to speak to you about that. That's pretty interesting as well, and your thing. Like obviously, whether you got it up and you want to get up and running again, it looks great. But yeah, obviously you need to decide whether it's worth your time and stuff. That's but it looks really cool, mate.
Yeah, it's not about for that. I would want to do it not because of like a monetary gain or like getting a following. Because obviously, as you've seen, how many? If I got 13 followers on Twitter, I don't care about that. That's not important to me. I
get you.
I want something that's gonna get it's kind of getting a bit of momentum for the community together and like something that's gonna be really nice.
That's absolutely so. My perspective of doing all of this was not for monetary gain. It was purely because I felt there was a gap in the market. And John, if you ever ask him, will tell you how much I fucking begged, pleaded, nagged the shit out of him to do some live streams.
Live streams are so good.
They really are.
Around the crisis point. Now, to be fair, John inspired me because he was the one who stood up when we had Black Sunday and kicked it all off at 10:45, and I dialed into that one. And that was kind of the nuclear point for all of this, where basically he kicked that all off, and I just went, right, somebody needs to take the mantle for this, for when there are key events like Thursday and certain key cascade points for the community where somebody needs to step in and be available to talk, to listen, to be open for that debate. That was where I came in, was basically that wasn't happening. And so I felt I could step in and provide that stopgap until the other guys could do it. So that's where this whole thing came about.
When did John start live streaming? Because I feel like I've only started seeing them about recently.
So John's been podcasting for ages, but his first ever live stream that I'm aware of was the one on Black Sunday. So Black Sunday kicked off.
But he had been doing sports Footstock live streams prior to that.
Right. Yeah.
So he's done a lot of them.
The first Football Index live stream was one Black Sunday when everything went shit, and John was the only person that stood up for the community and basically went, "Fuck it, I'm going to go online. I'm going to be here live. Anyone can call in. Anyone can come talk to me. Let's talk through this." And me, Zen, and a few other guys dialed in to basically try and help the community through probably its darkest.
I'm pretty sure I was there as well, just lurking in chat probably.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you dialed in as well, Frog, or if you were just lurking.
On what, Black Sunday?
Yeah.
No, I actually missed the Black Sunday one. Like I couldn't. I wasn't on for that. I've been on pretty much every other one, but I missed actually the Black Sunday. But yeah, obviously hugely appreciative to John and the guys and everyone that was contributed. Like it was brilliant.
That was the thing that first keyed me into John, was the fact that he was the only person that was willing to stand up for the community and make himself available on Black Sunday.
Great. Such a great moment. Like I think lots of people tuned into that.
There was a huge number of people that tuned into that, and the positive feedback that everyone that was involved in that stream got in like the 72 hours post that was immense, and it was great to see the community plug a massive FI gap of pure mental stability and mental damage and everything else that was going on with people's mental health. There's somebody willing to put their head above the parapet, take all the flack, take all the commentary, and just try and talk their way through it and give people a voice and people a place to go and talk and listen to things. So for me, John will always have a absolute pillar of a place in the FI community for that action. He did such a service of so many people on that night that needs to be recognised. So absolutely bully to him. But, he is a single individual that only has so much availability, and he also has a partner and other things he wants to do in his life. So,
full-time job and everything else. Like the amount of content that man smashes out is phenomenal. It really is. It really is. Fair play. Like absolutely unbelievable.
The only thing I was struggling with his fleet the other day, I couldn't get it to appear on my Twitter. I was very sad about that.
Did you update your Twitter?
So I realized what it was. I've obviously my other Twitter account, the Jaggers FI, that if I switch profile to that, it would appear. So there's something wrong with my main profile. It doesn't.
Is this on the website or on your phone?
No, on my phone. I'm not sure. I'm not sure why it doesn't show, but it literally that section is not there on that profile.
That's a strange one.
But yeah, I managed to figure it out at the end. Yeah, it was a good watch.
Yeah, John being John, eh? Yeah, it was entertaining.
But yeah, absolutely. This is the Football Index community at its absolute best. This is the point where everyone dials in and people look to help each other out, and people are there to support each other when Football Index gets to start. It's fucking easy to get there and do pods and do chats and everything when the sun is shining and it's rainbows and Christmas and everyone's happy. But when things are dark and people need someone to talk to and someone to bounce off and someone to go to when everything is turned to shit, that's where the real men separate themselves from the boys, and the people come out that are the genuine community supporters that are there to listen, help, provide support however they can. And, people have lost and won a lot of money on this platform. And it is important that people give back to the community and help out people and support people, because, we are one Football Index collective, and we need to understand that, and we need to get together and back each other. So, all those things are the people that actually make the effort.
I think if John was in the room with you right now, he'd be getting a big hug. It's brilliant. But no, actually, I wanted to say regarding that, we touched on towards the end there regarding, like I said, different platforms and, like all these, the politics of Football Index and, different camps and, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, but one thing I will say, I'm sure as things move on, there'll still all be the drama to an extent, and that won't ever go away. But I do hope, and I do actually believe that, the crap that we've been through over the past weeks, I think it has pulled us together, and that's obviously, we don't, like us guys, and like John and all that. We don't need, like, we obviously all get on, and we enjoy working together and talking together and stuff like that. But it just means even wider than that, just the community as a whole. I think I hope I'm right. I really do. I really hope that, because we've been through that crap, that there'll be a bit more of a unity. Like, I might be proven wrong in time. I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, I've been to every physical trader meet bar one. So the only one I didn't make was the Manchester one. That's because literally I was on death's door with some kind of horrible flu thing. But I've been to every single physical meetup, trader meet since the very first one in London. And, they are wonderful events where it's great for the community to get together. And we've had some real novelty speakers as well, like Dion Dublin coming to talk about his doob and various other things that have turned up at these events. But the real benefits for these events isn't whatever fucking beta commentator that Football Index pull out the drawer to come and talk to the community. It's the traders themselves that are there, and the people that are willing to come and chat to each other, and the availability of the top Football Index people as well. Because I know a lot of people have been willing to slate Adam Cole and Mike Bowen and everyone else, but they have been, every single one of these I've ever attended, they've been there and they've been willing to talk to people face to face, answer questions, divert where they needed to, but they've been willing to take it on the chin when they had to.
So when was the last one though? Like, was it not freaking I've never been to one. Was it not like ages ago?
It has been quite a long time, and it is, there is a massive question within the community about whether this is COVID driven or Football Index driven, because obviously
I think this, before COVID, they were saying that the community is too big now to do them. That's what they were saying.
So that's the massive shame if that's now the case. And I did talk about Football Index about the community leading one, and Football Index sponsoring it. So that was about a year ago, because it was when I was still working for Yodel, where I was polling Football Index about letting them sponsor the community to like drive a community-driven thing. So I did a whole bunch of research into how much it costs to hire a bar in London, and how much, you'd have to do X, Y, and Z, and if it was just like bar tab or if it was actually physically present and stuff like that. So there was definitely a bar, and it was like kind of around the $2,000 mark. If you can put up $2,000 of cash of a bar tab, then you can have the venue, and people, you've got to sell tickets, and they can have X number of free beers, but you've got to generate $2,000 of bar tab to make it available. So I was massively plugging that for a kind of open and transparent community where we'd look to get the main players from the Football Index Twitter community and the key people from Football Index to come down and talk to community about how things were. But FI just weren't in it at all. If they didn't control it, they were completely against it.
Yeah, I think those days are well past myself. But maybe moving forward, once COVID's all over, then I've spoke to boys up in Scotland about meeting up in Glasgow or Edinburgh, obviously on a much smaller scale, but I think the whole thing's the same. It comes back to the live streams, and it's just giving people giving people a chance to hear other like-minded people with that. I'm sure there's people that listen to this and go, Frog, what the hell are you talking about, on some things, but that's the whole point. It's just the fact that we can have a healthy, discussion about the thing that we're so passionate and so invested into, financially, emotionally, whatever it may be, or all of the above. But that's why, like you're saying, Jaggers, these live streams are just, they're so good. I've actually I had DMs after, I've had quite a few, but I had one the other week there, and okay, I go on lots of them, but so obviously it's like John's pod or John's live stream or whatever, but I wasn't expecting it. But it was just DMs going, thanks for being on John's show last night. You like, listening to you guys really helped, and that sort of stuff's really cool. That's really, really cool.
Definitely.
So maybe that's what the community lacks, because it was very London centric. Is maybe we need a good Edinburgh and I don't know, Dublin pod or live event thing post COVID of, you know, good old fashioned. Edinburgh is a lovely city. I've been there, you know, once, been up the castle, been around the town. So maybe we need a good old Edinburgh pod, and then I'm sure John can give us introduction into the Irish community.
I'm pretty sure we could organise anything we want. I don't expect FI to ever get involved in it whatsoever.
No, of course.
Yeah, I think those days are gone. But yeah, obviously that's one of the things I value most. You know, like, you know, I love this game more. So I actually do love, you know, with the exception of my daughter and, you know, like, obvious things. But, you know, I love this game more than anything. I really do. Like, it literally has changed my life in many ways, and in many good ways. And you know, I don't want it to end, and I don't want to lose it. And you know, that's, you know, I don't think I am, but, you know, but I also, you know, that the game itself is wonderful, but it's the people, like, you know, meeting all you guys. It's just, no, it is. It's so true. I've met so many great people, and so many people that I class as good friends now.
So, sorry, Frog. I'm just looking at John in the pod, like absolutely scamming us, going at episode 150, sticking $2,000 behind a bar in Dublin. So how many pods are you on, John? Come on, like, own up. Like, how close are we to the episode 150?
77. Did I hear that today, or am I? Did I hear 77 today, John? Am I right? So he's halfway. Oh no, he's not. Yeah. Episode 150. So he's halfway. Am I right at 177? I'll go to Spotify. Sorry, Jaggers, are you going to say?
I mean, Christ, we need to push him to get to that 150 ASAP, because I would definitely jump over to Dublin on that term. To hell with what the wife says.
Oh yeah, I'll be there too, 100%.
So I just wanted to make a bit of a point to the live stream thing again. So I'm a bit of a gamer, and like I enjoy like watching the Twitch, which is why I did my stream on Twitch. And some of the live content on there, I think it's like so good. And basically, if I was to watch TV or that, I would watch Twitch. And that's what made me think about, I think, these live streams and this match day kind of stream, because as you said, it's a gap that I don't think's there, and it's the most exciting thing about the product. And
it is, it really is. It's like going back to what that woman said. I've been like, because obviously I've spoke to John about like making my own content. I've never actually. I'm one of these people that I come up with these ideas, but I in terms of acting on them, you know, I probably procrastinate a bit much, and, you know, probably doubt myself a bit much. And John's always given me good advice. Just you know, the thing about social media and making content is just to get started. And, you know, he keeps telling me that. And yeah, I do listen, but then obviously I probably anyway. That's what's it. But just the fact that I've been watching like the YouTube videos and different things, just trying to, you know, increase my knowledge on like content and all this sort of stuff. And the thing is, they're saying about like people will look at a 15-minute YouTube video and go, I don't have 15 minutes, or I don't really want to watch some that long. But then they'll put on a live stream and they'll have it on for 3 or 4 hours.
It's insane. It's literally a different thing.
That's the thing.
Mental.
So we've been going for basically the best part of 4 hours at this point, and we have averaged at least 20 to 30 streamers for the entire 4 hours. So I think that's pretty good going.
That's pretty good, and I think you can improve on these numbers as well. I think there's so much more out there that would be very interested in this.
Yeah, it's just building as you go, isn't it? It's one of those things. As I said, like, for me, this isn't commercial operation. This is a service to the community. So I'm just happy to just plug on. As long as I can generate my costs, I really don't care about.
That's so important, because I don't think you can't really genuinely do the content if you don't enjoy it. If you're just doing it because it's a nice little bit of money on the side, that's never going to work for you long term.
No, that's it. It's just a passion, really, and like, and the whole doing it as a service. Like, I'm this, you know, like I spoke there about, you know, maybe making my own stuff at one point, but like, I don't really like that aside. It's not even, you know, I just love being a part of this. You know, I love being a part of the, you know, this whole, like, you know, I don't need to be making money from it. I just enjoy good quality conversations about Football Index.
Yeah. That's the point. It's like, literally, if anyone else wanted to do this, I'm more than happy to just dial into it because it's so much easier than trying to run it yourself.
Yeah. Well, we've got Jaggers on the case now, so
Oh yeah, maybe.
we're
We
gonna
shall
rope
see.
you in, bud.
You know what? Yeah. Don't expect any camera from me. I literally don't own a webcam. I have so much like like my PC is like probably one of the most expensive things I own, and like it's really important to me, but I don't have a webcam.
I mean, come on, Jazz. Like, you're talking to a guy who is like a middle-aged, overweight, past it, father of one, who probably is not the most picturesque photo image of this stream, who is drinking like his third bottle of wine of the evening. So,
Oh, it's not about that. It's not about that. It's just yeah, and also okay, I don't have to, but yeah, we know of a situation that's happened before, right, regarding revealing identity. So
oh yeah, there's not a high bar.
I just can't ruin the frogs. Like, if I show my face, then the frog's dead. Like, I'll need to get a mask or something.
yeah, you need Pepe the Frog little helmet or
See,
something.
that's fun because I went to every single live event. I've always had my face out there, so I'm
Yeah.
not bothered about getting the face
No,
out.
I'm actually not bothered. I just need a haircut.
Damn, my hair is ridiculous. It's kind of, and I have to trim it around the ears a little bit because it's getting a bit wild. So I got a bit of a mushroom going on.
What is Moon Press's Noir X? I want to take you backstage behind the meat curtain.
Jesus Christ.
You know what I mean?
It's been on the wine as well.
Pounding out the veal. This just sounds deeply fucking sinister, is what it sounds like.
That's the next meetup you set up.
I'm genuinely scared. Is all I can say, really.
Stu's talking himself down as this middle-aged, overweight drunk, and then he's getting hit on. It's working for somebody, mate.
Mate, all I know is that if you look at my wife, I'm definitely punching above my weight.
Yeah, I know the feeling. Oh god.
I think you look very good in your YouTube profile picture though.
Oh mate, yeah, that's my lovely, beautiful wife right there. So if anyone wants to see what my wife looks like, go and look at my YouTube profile because yeah, I'm definitely punching above my weight. That is a good 5-6 years ago, pre-marriage, pre-locking her in. That
oh no, where is this chat gone? Where is this chat gone?
Oh,
Jesus Christ.
Class.
But yeah, I don't know, mate. There's so much opportunity out there at the moment, and that's the whole thing about all of this is that it's balancing nerve against risk, against loss, and being able to come out the other side of it and going, you know what, I've identified an opportunity where I can trade, and I don't want to risk everything. So I've got to have a balance. I've got to have a fair sense where the market is and not be afraid to take feedback on that. And that's the point where we're at the moment, where we've got to be very open to all conversation about trades, because nowadays it's a trader driven market. So we've got to listen to all the other traders and understand what their point of view is, because if we don't understand how they're thinking, we can't understand how our trade's valued. So open debate is more valuable now than ever before.
Definitely. So yeah. I don't know if you've spoken too much about kind of players on FI during this. I thought it'd be kind of nice to obviously only if you want to do it, to kind of go through each position and kind of go through like your favorite players on it for Football Index.
Ooh.
Is that a good idea?
I mean, we can absolutely do it, but I think it's probably a next week stream.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's
let's
definitely
tease it there
probably.
for
Oh,
next
yeah,
week.
this is. Oh, you're learning. You're becoming the content creator master.
He's a pro. He's a pro. I see Greg asking about the death of youth holds, but yeah, I
Yeah, I
wouldn't
mean,
say
I
there's a.
mean, definitely youth
I
holds.
would. I
So
wouldn't say there's a death of youth holds.
They're recovering, aren't they?
Yeah, like I would say there's probably a death of non-PB youth holds, but that's just obviously the risk is much higher now. There's still a lot of guys playing in Holland and stuff that will probably move PB and be very good index holds, but there's obviously a high amount of risk attached to those guys. But in
well,
terms of
and
youth
that's
in
the
the
thing.
sorry,
I think the youth PB hold took a bit of a hit through the transition from FI books to order books, because obviously there was more trader volume there. So there's a higher volume of shares available for certain youth players that were there pre-order books. Anything that comes available that's like kind of post your order books, where it's like a player who is like a youth prospect that is really promising, that is post order books, is almost infinitely more valuable than pre-order books because they haven't been artificially inflated.
That's true. They could never, once they reach that peak, they were never going to come down that much. It's like they were a protected asset right there. They would never. It was
true.
either you're on them or you're not. You're never going to get on them.
Yeah,
That's changed.
like Boadu and these kind of boys. You know what I mean? Like the
Cateran was
Doniel Malins, and boys like that, guys that were just like going to be they're all moving this summer, and they obviously weren't, but they probably will at some point. But yeah, there's more risk now, isn't there?
There's
Yeah,
another point on that.
go on, mate. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I think so. I know this is from my experience 100%, and I felt it at the time, and I felt like I sometimes yeah, I kind of have like theories and about like the market's reaction to things, and I think I don't want to like praise myself too much, but I think usually the reasonings like makes a lot of sense, and I think at this point my strategy was once they announced the dividend increase. So oh yeah, this is so bad from what happened to me, because I thought it's a dividend increase coming up, the initial one, and it's so what does that do? That makes older players more value because those guys are the proven PB returners, and they're gonna return their pricing dividends in a shorter space of time. So that's where the value is. So go in and buy those, like Papu Gomez at Atlanta, for example. Go in and buy those
Andre
guys.
Gomez, for those novices out there. Go on.
Yeah. Yeah. So like these kind of guys, but then they announced the dividend increase, and it was minuscule. Soon as that happened, I was like, okay, Gomez is dead. There's no point. What's the point? This increase does nothing for him. Pretty much, it's a small increase. That's when my mindset shifted from this. It doesn't make sense to go after dividend returners. Go after youth. Look at Foden. Look at Greenwood. What they've done. You want the next one of them because that's where the money's going to be. But then suddenly, another dividend increase. Oh, actually, the PB returners. Those are the guys. That changed everything.
Yeah. Yeah, that was it. Was it after the first? Because I made a lot of money off Greenwood and Foden. And was that after the crap div increase? Was that when I did
No,
that? Or
that was before. I'm
it
pretty
was
sure.
before that. Yeah, it was before the initial. Yeah, I thought it was earlier. It was earlier. It was before the.
Yeah, they had
Yeah,
rocketed towards the tail
yeah, they
end of
went to
last
like
season,
9 quid,
didn't
8 quid. I held them from like
they?
5 quid or something, and yeah, I remember that. But yeah, the first increase did cause a little bit of confusion for sure because it wasn't high enough and people didn't really know where to go at that time.
The thing for me, it was youth holds that were going to be the best players in the world. That was it. It's like that's the only way. If you want to make big money, that's the only place where these dividend returners on. If I get Gomez and he returns his price, that doesn't do me much because what am I going to do once he's returned his price? Not a lot.
Yeah, it's just an age thing, isn't it? Because like it's just that it's the other argument. The flip side of that is when people go, well, everyone thinks that all these youth guys are going to be superstars, and that's just not going to be the case.
Yeah.
So like there's going to be Ravel Morrisons or other examples of the.
Well, there's a brilliant thing of the whole football manager golden players.
Yeah.
So where are they now? And I think the
Yeah.
only one that ever made his salt was Juan Mata. was like one of the only ones that ever like turned out.
I'm sure there's probably a lot more than that.
There's a fair few, but there's a lot. Yeah, there's a lot that don't.
But yeah, there's more. There's more that don't do it. But like, you just have to draw a line in the sand with some players. Like, you just have to, like, you have to back them. At the end of the day, we have to make decisions, and we have to decide which players we believe, and we're not going to get them all right. So like, there's I know a guy he's a really nice. I like him a lot, and he's a guy I've met through Football Index, but he's very like all or nothing with his buys. Like, you'll think nothing about putting all his money into one player, and I'm like, whoa. Like, it's just like, okay, it's high reward, but the risk is just phenomenal.
Yeah, imagine like an ACL injury.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
What are you gonna do?
Right, guys, I'm going to have to call
Okay,
it a night because we've gone midnight, and yeah, I need to go to bed because my wife has got the Lion tomorrow night, so tomorrow morning, so I've got to call it a can now, because otherwise I'm not going to be in a state to wake up tomorrow morning. And
absolutely, mate. We've been going a while. So no problem at all.
That's 4 hours of streaming, guys. So. Thanks everyone that's bothered to stick with us for the full stint. So I will catch you on the next one, because we funded our way through to December. So cheers, guys, and I'll see you in December. Have a good one, all.
Right, thanks a lot.
Nice one, guys. Nice chatting to you. Take care.
You too. Bye.
Right, now I just need to work out how the fuck I killed the go live.